Peppermint Mocha Kisses. Win Valentine. Copyright 2024 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise, without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Audiobook by 11 Labs. The Gift That Keeps on Giving. Blair Winters strode into the company's Christmas party like a shark entering a pool of festive koi. The once professional office space had been transformed into what she could only describe as Santa's workshop on steroids. Tinsel draped every available surface. Twinkling lights threatened to induce seizures, and the scent of cinnamon and pine assaulted her nostrils. Holy crap, she muttered under her breath, dodging an intern wearing a sweater that literally jingled with every step. Blair made a beeline for the refreshment table, desperately seeking something to take the edge off this Yuletide nightmare. She poured herself a generous glass of eggnog, silently praying it was the spiked variety. "Blair, you made it," chirped Megan from HR, materializing at her elbow like a particularly perky Christmas elf. "Isn't this just magical?" Blair took a large swig of eggnog before responding. "Oh yes, truly enchanting. I feel like I've been vomited on by the spirit of Christmas itself." Megan's smile faltered for a millisecond before bouncing back with renewed vigor. "Well, we're about to start the Secret Santa exchange. You did bring your gift, right?" Blair's eyes widened in horror. The gift exchange. How could she have forgotten? She quickly scanned the room, spotting a stack of gift bags near the sad-looking office ficus that had been forcibly converted into a makeshift Christmas tree. "Of course," Blair lied smoothly. "I'll just go grab it from my office. You know me, always working." She power-walked to her office, heels clicking aggressively against the floor. Once inside, she rifled through her desk drawers, searching for anything that could pass as a halfway decent gift. Her hand closed around a sleek fountain pen, a freebie from last month's conference. "Perfect," Blair muttered, hastily shoving it into a gift bag left over from her assistant's birthday. She scrawled "Merry Christmas" on the tag with all the enthusiasm of someone writing a parking ticket. Returning to the party, Blair found her co-workers gathered in a circle, buzzing with anticipation like children on Christmas morning. She slipped into a gap between Dave from accounting and Sarah from marketing, both of whom were wearing reindeer antlers that Blair suspected violated several workplace safety regulations. "All right, everyone," Megan called out, her voice pitched to a frequency that made Blair wince. "Let's begin our Secret Santa exchange." What followed was a flurry of torn wrapping paper, exaggerated gasps of delight, and the kind of forced gratitude usually reserved for receiving socks from Great Aunt Edna. Blair tuned most of it out, her mind drifting to the upcoming merger she'd been orchestrating for months. The deal was set to close right after New Year's, and she still had a mountain of paperwork to wade through. Blair, Blair? Megan's voice cut through her thoughts. It's your turn to open your gift. Blair blinked, realizing a garishly wrapped package had materialized in her hands. With the enthusiasm of someone disarming a bomb, she carefully peeled back the paper. "Oh," she said flatly, staring at the object in her hands. "It's a snow globe." The tiny glass sphere sat nestled in her palms, filled with water and what appeared to be the world's tiniest Christmas village. Minuscule figures ice skated on a frozen pond, surrounded by evergreen trees and quaint log cabins. It was, without a doubt, the kitschiest thing Blair had ever seen. "Isn't it darling?" cooed Sarah, leaning in for a closer look. "Give it a shake." Suppressing an eye roll, Blair obliged, watching as a flurry of white flakes swirled around the miniature scene. "Well," Blair deadpanned, "I can finally cross own a microscopic winter wonderland off my bucket list." Sarah's face fell slightly, but before she could respond, Megan was already moving the exchange along. Blair tuned out again, her attention divided between mentally reviewing profit projections and wondering if she could accidentally leave the snow globe behind when she left. As the party wound down, Blair found herself cornered by Jerry from sales, who seemed determined to recount every detail of his recent ski trip. She nodded at appropriate intervals, all while inching towards the exit. "And then I said to the ski instructor, 'That's not a black diamond, that's my wife.'" Jerry guffawed at his own joke. Blair forced a chuckle. "Hilarious, Jerry, really. But I should get going. Lots of work to do, you know how it is." "But it's Christmas Eve," Jerry protested. "Surely you're not working tomorrow." Blair's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. "The business world doesn't stop for Santa, Jerry. Some of us have actual goals beyond not falling down a mountain." Leaving Jerry sputtering in her wake, Blair made a beeline for the coat rack. She shrugged on her designer pea coat and reached for her bag, only to have it intercepted by Megan. "Blair, you can't leave yet," Megan insisted, her smile so wide it looked painful. "We haven't done the office carol." For a moment, Blair seriously considered if jail time for assaulting an HR representative with a candy cane would be worth it. Instead, she plastered on her best fake smile. "Oh, Megan, I'd love to, but I've got a conference call with our Tokyo office in 20 minutes. You know, time zones and all that." Megan's face fell. "But it's tradition." Blair patted her arm consolingly. "And I'm sure you'll all sound wonderful without me. Merry Christmas, Megan." She snatched her bag from Megan's grasp and made for the elevator, ignoring the chorus of jingle bells that erupted behind her. As the door slid shut, Blair let out a long exhale, feeling the tension drain from her shoulders. "Thank God that's over," she muttered, digging through her bag for her phone. Her fingers brushed against something cool and round, and she frowned, pulling out the snow globe. "Damn," Blair sighed, turning the kitschy trinket over in her hands. "Should have left you behind with the singing elves." As she spoke, a tiny spark seemed to dance across the glass surface. Blair blinked, certain she must have imagined it. She peered closer at the miniature scene, noting despite herself the intricate details of the tiny village. "Sugar Hollow," she read from the minuscule sign at the entrance to the town. How sickeningly sweet. The elevator dinged, and Blair quickly stuffed the snow globe back into her bag. She strode across the lobby, her heels echoing in the near-empty space. Outside, the New York streets were a flurry of last-minute shoppers and twinkling lights. Blair hailed a cab, rattling off her address to the driver before pulling out her laptop. She had a good 45 minutes in traffic to review the latest projections for the merger. As the cab inched through the congested streets, Blair lost herself in a world of spreadsheets and profit margins. It wasn't until the cab jolted to a stop that Blair looked up, realizing they had arrived at her building. She paid the driver and stepped out onto the sidewalk, the cold December air biting at her cheeks. The doorman nodded a greeting as she entered the sleek high-rise. "Evening, Miss Winters. Quiet night." "As if," Blair scoffed. "I've got about 6 hours of work ahead of me, minimum. The joys of the holiday season." The doorman's expression was a mixture of sympathy and confusion. "But it's Christmas Eve, Miss Winters. Surely you're not working straight through?" Blair's laugh was short and sharp. "Christmas is just another day, Frank. The world doesn't stop spinning because some guy in a red suit is making his rounds." She stepped into the elevator, pointedly ignoring Frank's concerned look. As the doors closed, Blair caught a glimpse of her reflection in the polished metal. She looked tired, but that was the price of success, wasn't it? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Blair stepped into her penthouse, the door closing behind her with a soft click that echoed through the sparse space. She shrugged off her coat, draping it over a sleek, modern chair, and made her way to the kitchen. The click of her heels on the polished concrete floor was the only sound in the silent apartment, a stark reminder of how alone she was in this vast, empty space. She reached for a bottle of red wine, pausing for a moment to examine the label. It was a good vintage, one she'd been saving for a special occasion. Well, surviving another corporate Christmas party was occasion enough, she decided. The thought of the forced merriment and insincere small talk made her grimace. At least it was over for another year. As the wine poured, its rich aroma filling the air, Blair's mind drifted back to the merger. There were still so many details to iron out, projections to review. The weight of responsibility settled on her shoulders, like a familiar, if not entirely comfortable, cloak. She grabbed her glass and headed towards her home office, only to pause as something caught her eye. The snow globe sat on her entryway table, looking decidedly out of place among the minimalist decor. Blair frowned, trying to remember when she'd set it there. With a sigh of exasperation, she picked it up, intending to toss it in the hall closet and forget about it, just another piece of holiday clutter to deal with. But as her fingers closed around the cool glass, she found herself examining it more closely. The tiny village inside was remarkably detailed, she had to admit. Miniature figures ice-skated on a frozen pond, while others bustled about the snow-covered streets. It was like a perfect little world, suspended in time. For a brief moment, Blair felt a twinge of something, nostalgia, longing, before she quickly squashed it down. "Get it together, Winters," Blair muttered to herself, setting the snow globe back down with perhaps more force than necessary. "It's a cheap trinket, not a work of art." She shook her head, annoyed at herself for getting distracted by something so frivolous. She marched into her office, a stark space dominated by a large desk and floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view of the city skyline. The twinkling lights of skyscrapers stretched out before her, a concrete jungle that felt more like home than any quaint village ever could. Blair settled into her ergonomic chair, opened her laptop, and lost herself in work. Hours ticked by, marked only by the steady drain of her wine glass and the occasional frustrated sigh. The merger was proving more complicated than anticipated, with potential pitfalls lurking in every clause of the contract. Blair's brow furrowed as she pored over spreadsheets and legal documents, determined to find a solution to every problem. It was well past midnight when Blair finally leaned back, rubbing her tired eyes. She glanced at her empty wine glass, debating whether to pour another. As she stood, a wave of dizziness washed over her, the room tilting slightly. "Whoa," she murmured, steadying herself against the desk. Maybe I should have eaten something with that wine. The thought of food made her realize just how long it had been since her last meal, a hastily eaten salad at her desk, hours ago. She made her way back to the kitchen, this time opting for water instead of more alcohol. As she sipped, trying to clear her fuzzy head, her gaze fell once again on the snow globe. It seemed to beckon to her, its glittery contents shimmering in the low light. Almost without thinking, Blair picked it up. The cool weight of it felt oddly comforting in her hand, like a tether to something she couldn't quite name. She gave it a little shake, watching as the glitter swirled around the tiny town, creating a miniature blizzard. "Sugar Hollow," she read again, her voice soft in the quiet apartment. "I bet you don't have to deal with corporate mergers and Christmas parties." There was a hint of wistfulness in her tone that surprised her. Since when did she yearn for anything other than success and control? As the words left her mouth, something strange began to happen. The swirling glitter in the snow globe seemed to intensify, spinning faster and faster, until it was a glittering vortex. Blair blinked hard, certain she must be more tired than she realized. Maybe the wine was having more of an effect than she thought. But when she opened her eyes, the vortex had somehow escaped the confines of the globe. It surrounded her, a whirlwind of color and light that filled her entire field of vision. The solid floor beneath her feet began to feel less substantial, as if she were standing on air. Blair's heart began to race, a mix of fear and disbelief coursing through her. "What the hell?" Blair gasped, her voice barely audible over the rush of the vortex. She tried to set the snow globe down, but her hands were empty. In fact, she couldn't see her hands at all through the swirling chaos around her. Panic began to set in as she realized she had no control over what was happening. The world tilted and spun, colors blending and separating in a dizzying dance. Blair felt as if she were falling and flying all at once, her stomach lurching with each shift of the vortex. She squeezed her eyes shut, willing it all to stop, to wake up from what must surely be a dream. Just when she thought she couldn't take it anymore, when she was certain she'd either pass out or be sick, everything stopped. The whirlwind dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Blair standing, somewhere else entirely. She opened her eyes slowly, bracing herself for what she might see, her analytical mind already struggling to make sense of the impossible. "Welcome to Sugar Hollow." Blair's eyes fluttered open, her head pounding as if she'd just gone 3 rounds with a bottle of tequila. The first thing she noticed was that she was no longer standing in her sleek, minimalist kitchen. Instead, she found herself sprawled on something soft and oddly sweet-smelling. She sat up abruptly, her hands sinking into what appeared to be a fluffy white substance. Blair blinked hard, certain her eyes were playing tricks on her. But no matter how many times she squeezed them shut and reopened them, the bizarre scene before her remained unchanged. "What in the name of corporate mergers?" she muttered, her voice trailing off as she took in her surroundings. Where her penthouse's polished hardwood floors should have been, There was now a blanket of what looked suspiciously like marshmallows. The snow stretched out in all directions, dotted here and there with, were those cookie trees? Blair squinted at the nearest one, its trunk a rich brown like gingerbread, its leaves delicate swirls of colorful icing. To her left, a winding path of massive candy canes cut through the marshmallow landscape, leading towards what appeared to be a cluster of gingerbread houses in the distance. The air was thick with the scent of sugar and spice, so cloying it made Blair's teeth ache. "Okay, this is officially the weirdest dream I've ever had," Blair declared to no one in particular, pushing herself to her feet. She brushed off her designer pants, grimacing as sticky marshmallow residue clung to the fabric. Note to self, no more wine and late-night contract reviews. She took a tentative step forward, half expecting the ground to give way beneath her, but the marshmallow snow held firm, if a bit squishy. Blair squared her shoulders, determined to navigate this sugar-coated fever dream with the same efficiency she applied to her waking life. "Right. Let's get this over with so I can wake up and get back to work," she muttered, marching purposefully down the candy cane path. As she walked, Blair's analytical mind kicked into overdrive, trying to make sense of her surroundings. The level of detail was impressive, she had to admit. She could hear the crunch of the candy cane path beneath her feet, feel the sticky gibe of the marshmallow snow, smell the rich aroma of chocolate wafting from somewhere in the distance. Must be some kind of elaborate VR setup, Blair reasoned, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the horizon for any signs of technology. Maybe the IT department finally found a use for their inflated budget, although why they'd choose this Willy Wonka nightmare is beyond me. She rounded a bend in the path and found herself at the edge of what appeared to be a town square. Gingerbread houses of various sizes lined the perimeter, their windows glowing with warm light. In the center stood a towering Christmas tree, but instead of pine needles, it was covered in an assortment of colorful candies and cookies. Blair was so busy trying to spot any cameras or projectors that might explain this hallucination that she almost missed the first greeting. "Welcome to Sugar Hollow," chirped a cheerful voice from somewhere around her knees. Blair looked down and promptly did a double take. A tiny snowman, no taller than her shin, beamed up at her with coal-black eyes and a carrot nose. It waved a stick arm at her, holding what appeared to be a candy cane envelope in the other. What?" Blair stammered, her usual eloquence deserting her in the face of this impossibility. The snowman's grin widened. "Special delivery for our newest visitor," it announced, holding out the envelope. Blair stared at it, then at the snowman, then back at the envelope. She pinched the bridge of her nose, squeezing her eyes shut. "This is ridiculous. I'm losing my mind. Clearly, I need more sleep and less caffeine." When she opened her eyes again, the snowman was still there, still smiling, still holding out the envelope. Blair took a deep breath, reminding herself that this was all just an elaborate illusion. She'd play along for now, if only to figure out how to wake herself up. "Thanks," she said curtly, plucking the envelope from the snowman's grasp. "I don't suppose you could point me towards the exit? Or maybe a nice normal cup of coffee?" The snowman tilted its head, looking puzzled. "Exit? But you've only just arrived. There's so much to see and do in Sugar Hollow. Why, the chocolate volcano is about to erupt with a fresh batch of marshmallows, and the candy cane forest is particularly beautiful this time of year." Blair's eyebrow arched so high it nearly disappeared into her hairline. chocolate volcano, candy cane forest? Look, this has been interesting, but I really need to get back to reality. I have a merger to finalize and a company to run. The snowman's cold eyes seemed to twinkle with amusement. Oh, you humans and your busy lives. Don't worry, time works differently here in Sugar Hollow. Why don't you take a stroll through town? You might be surprised by what you find. Before Blair could formulate a suitably scathing response, the little snowman waddled off, leaving a trail of powdery snow in its wake. Blair watched it go, shaking her head in disbelief. This is what happens when you skip the company's mandatory vacation days, she muttered to herself. You start hallucinating anthropomorphic snow and edible infrastructure. With a resigned sigh, Blair decided to explore the town. If this was some sort of elaborate prank or team-building exercise, she'd play along just long enough to figure out how to end it. And if it was a dream, well, she'd wake up eventually. As she made her way deeper into Sugar Hollow, Blair couldn't help but notice the cheerful greetings from every person and magical creature she passed. A group of elves, barely taller than the snowman messenger, waved enthusiastically from where they were stringing popcorn garlands between cookie trees. A jolly-looking man with a white beard, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Santa Claus, tipped his hat to her as he passed by on a sleigh pulled by. Were those reindeer made of chocolate? Blair steadfastly ignored them all, her eyes darting around for any sign of normalcy, or better yet, an exit. But everywhere she looked, there was only more whimsy and magic. Storefronts advertised enchanted hot chocolate and fairy dust cookies. The air was filled with the sound of tinkling bells and distant carols. "Excuse me," Blair called out to a passing woman wearing a dress that seemed to be made entirely of peppermint swirls. "Could you tell me where I might find a phone, or a computer, or literally anything from this century?" The woman laughed, a sound like silver bells. "Oh, honey, we don't need those things here in Sugar Hollow. The magic takes care of everything." Blair's eye twitched. Magic, right. Of course. How silly of me to expect something as mundane as modern technology in this sugar-coated fever dream. The woman either didn't notice Blair's sarcasm or chose to ignore it. She patted Blair's arm sympathetically. "You're new here, aren't you? Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Everyone does eventually. Why don't you head over to the Gingerbread Inn? They always have room for newcomers, and their hot chocolate is to die for." Before Blair could protest, the woman had twirled away, leaving behind a faint scent of peppermint. Blair pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a headache building behind her eyes. This was getting out of hand. "Okay, Blair," she muttered to herself. "You're a problem solver. That's what you do. So solve this problem. How do you wake up from a dream you can't seem to escape?" She considered pinching herself, but quickly dismissed the idea as too cliché. Besides, she'd been feeling the sticky marshmallow snow and the crunchy candy cane path beneath her feet this whole time. If pain was supposed to wake her up, it should have happened already. As she stood there, contemplating her next move, a gust of wind blew past her, carrying with it a flurry of marshmallows. Blair watched in disbelief as the fluffy white confections drifted down from cotton candy clouds overhead, settling gently on the ground around her. "This is insane," she declared to no one in particular. "I'm standing in the middle of some kind of deranged candy land, being snowed on by marshmallows. This can't be real." "Oh, but it is real, dearie," came a cheerful voice from behind her. Blair whirled around to find herself face to face with a plump, grandmotherly woman wearing an apron covered in cookie crumbs. The woman's cheeks were rosy, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "Welcome to Sugar Hollow," the woman exclaimed, opening her arms wide as if to encompass the entire town. "I'm Mrs. Claus, and I must say, it's been quite a while since we've had a new visitor. You must be something special." Blair blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. She'd prided herself on always having a snappy comeback, but this was beyond her usual repertoire of sarcastic remarks. "Mrs. Claus," Blair repeated flatly, "as in Santa Claus's wife. Because of course you are. Why not? We've already got tiny snowmen and marshmallow snow, so why wouldn't Santa's better half be running a bed and breakfast in this cavity-inducing nightmare?" Mrs. Claus's smile didn't falter for a moment. If anything, it grew wider. "Oh, you're a feisty one, aren't you? I can see why the magic chose you. Come along now, let's get you settled in at the inn. A good night's sleep and a hearty breakfast will have you feeling right as rain in no time." Before Blair could protest, Mrs. Claus had linked their arms and was guiding her down the candy cane path towards a particularly ornate gingerbread house. The scent of cinnamon and nutmeg grew stronger with each step, and despite herself, Blair felt her stomach rumble. When was the last time she'd eaten? The salad at her desk seemed like a lifetime ago. "Now, don't you worry about a thing," Mrs. Claus was saying as they approached the inn. "We'll take good care of you here in Sugar Hollow. Why, I have a feeling you're going to love it here once you give it a chance." Blair snorted. "I sincerely doubt that. Look, Mrs. Claus, I appreciate the hospitality, but I really need to get back to my real life. I have responsibilities, deadlines, a company to run. I can't just stay here in this sugar-coated fantasy land." Mrs. Claus patted her arm sympathetically. "Oh, honey, Sugar Hollow has a way of giving people exactly what they need, even if they don't know they need it. Why don't you just give it a chance? One night at the inn, that's all I ask. If you still want to leave in the morning, well, we'll cross that gumdrop bridge when we come to it." Blair opened her mouth to argue further, but at that moment, the door to the gingerbread inn swung open, releasing a wave of warmth and the most delicious smell Blair had ever encountered. It was like every comforting scent from her childhood had been rolled into one. Fresh-baked cookies, hot chocolate, the pine scent of Christmas trees. For just a moment, Blair felt her resolve waver. One night couldn't hurt, right? Maybe if she played along, she'd figure out how to wake up from this bizarre dream. And if it wasn't a dream, well, she'd cross that gumdrop bridge when she came to it. "Fine," Blair conceded with a sigh, "one night. But don't expect me to suddenly start believing in the magic of Christmas or whatever it is you're selling here. I'm just gathering data." Mrs. Claus's eyes twinkled knowingly. "Of course, dear. Now, let's get you inside before you catch a chill. The marshmallow snow may look fluffy, but it can be quite chilly if you're not used to it." As Mrs. Claus ushered her into the warmth of the gingerbread inn, Blair couldn't shake the feeling that she was stepping into something far bigger than she could possibly imagine. But Blair Winters didn't back down from challenges, no matter how sugar-coated they might be. If Sugar Hollow thought it could melt her icy exterior, it had another thing coming. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Blair stepped out of the gingerbread inn, her eyes narrowing as she surveyed the saccharine landscape before her. The marshmallow snow crunched beneath her Louboutins, the heels sinking slightly with each step. She grimaced, already mourning the inevitable demise of her designer shoes. "This is ridiculous," she muttered, gingerly making her way down the candy cane pathway. The stripes beneath her feet seemed to shimmer and swirl, as if taunting her with their impossibility. Blair gritted her teeth, determined to find a way out of this sugar-coated fever dream. As she rounded a corner, wobbling slightly on the uneven surface, a cheery voice called out, "Good morning. You look like you could use a pick-me-up." Blair turned to see a man approaching, his smile as bright as the twinkling lights strung between the gingerbread buildings. He was tall, with tousled hair that looked like it had been artfully windswept, and he carried 2 steaming cups in his gloved hands. "Here," he said, offering her one of the cups. "Nothing beats a peppermint mocha on a crisp, sugar-hollow morning." Blair eyed the drink suspiciously, her lip curling. "Let me guess. The whipped cream is made from the tears of joy shed by elves, and the sprinkles are crushed candy cane blessed by Saint Nick himself." The man's grin only widened at her sarcasm. "Close. The whipped cream is actually cloud fluff harvested by our resident Pegasus, and the sprinkles are made from crystallized snowflake dust. But hey, elf tears aren't a bad idea. I'll have to bring that up at the next town meeting." Blair rolled her eyes so hard she was surprised they didn't get stuck. "Fantastic. Is there a suggestion box where I can submit my complaint about this town's unhealthy obsession with festive beverages?" "Oh, where are my manners?" The man extended his free hand. "I'm Nick Garland, mayor of Sugar Hollow, and you must be our newest visitor. Mrs. Claus mentioned you'd arrived last night." Blair reluctantly shook his hand, surprised by the warmth that seemed to radiate from him despite the chilly air. "Blair Winters, and I'm not a visitor, I'm a hostage. Now, if you could point me to the nearest exit, I'd greatly appreciate it. I have a multi-million-dollar deal to close, and I can't afford to waste time in this, whatever this is." Nick's smile didn't falter, but a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. "Ah, I see. Well, Blair Winters, I'm afraid leaving Sugar Hollow isn't quite as simple as finding an exit. The town has a way of keeping people here until they've found what they need." "What I need," Blair said through clenched teeth, "is to get back to my real life. This Candyland knockoff might be charming to some, but I have actual responsibilities." Nick nodded sagely, taking a sip of his own peppermint mocha. "I understand, but maybe what you really need is to relax and enjoy the magic of the season. Sugar Hollow has a way of helping people rediscover the joy they've lost." Blair's patience, already worn thin, snapped like a candy cane. "I haven't lost anything, least of all joy. What I have lost is valuable time that I could be spending on productive tasks instead of traipsing around in a world that defies the laws of physics and nutrition." Nick held up his hands in a placating gesture. "Fair enough. But since you're here, why not make the most of it? I'd be happy to give you a tour of Sugar Hollow. It might help you understand the town better, and who knows, you might even enjoy yourself." Blair opened her mouth to refuse, then closed it again. As much as she hated to admit it, understanding this place might be her best bet for finding a way out. She let out a long-suffering sigh. "Fine, but make it quick. Every minute I spend here is costing me money." "Excellent," Nick beamed, gesturing for her to follow him down the path. "I promise you won't regret it." "I already do," Blair muttered under her breath. But she fell into step beside him, her heels leaving little divots in the marshmallow snow. As they walked, Nick pointed out various landmarks and attractions. "Over there is Candy Cane Lane, where we hold our annual gingerbread house building contest. and just beyond that is the Peppermint Plaza, home to the best hot chocolate this side of the North Pole. Blair nodded absently, her mind already drifting to the work piling up in her absence. She was jolted from her thoughts by Nick's excited exclamation. "Oh, and you can't miss this." He pointed to a mountain in the distance, its peak obscured by fluffy clouds. "That's our famous chocolate volcano. It erupts daily at noon, showering the surrounding area with colorful marshmallows." Blair squinted at the impossible landform. "You're joking, right? That's a diabetes disaster waiting to happen. Don't tell me people actually eat the debris from a volcanic eruption." Nick chuckled. "It's perfectly safe, I assure you. The marshmallows are soft as pillows and sweeter than a summer breeze. Kids love to catch them on their tongues as they fall." "Of course they do," Blair said dryly, "because why teach children about the dangers of molten lava when you can encourage them to eat airborne sugar bombs?" As they continued their tour, Blair noticed a group of small, animated snowmen waddling down the street, each carrying a scroll tied with a red ribbon. "What in the world?" she muttered, pinching herself hard on the arm. The pain was sharp and real, dashing her hopes that this was all some bizarre dream. Nick followed her gaze. "Ah, those are our message delivery snowmen. They're much more reliable than email, and they never complain about the cold." Blair watched in disbelief as one of the snowmen approached a gingerbread house, stretched its twiggy arm to impossible lengths, and deposited a scroll through an upstairs window. "Right," she said faintly, "because that makes perfect sense." Their path took them past a grove of trees, unlike any Blair had ever seen. Instead of leaves, the branches were adorned with what appeared to be giant cookies, frosted in various pastel colors. Nick reached up and plucked one of the cookie leaves, offering it to Blair. "Care for a taste? Our cookie trees are a local delicacy." Blair eyed the confection warily. "No, thank you. I'm on a strict no-carb, no-whimsy diet." Nick shrugged good-naturedly and took a bite himself. "Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some grade-A magic here." As they neared the end of their tour, Blair couldn't help but notice the genuine joy on the faces of Sugar Hollow's residents. Children giggled as they built snowmen out of marshmallows, their parents watching with fond smiles. Couples strolled hand in hand, sharing steaming mugs of cocoa and stealing sweet frosting-flavored kisses. For a brief moment, Blair felt a pang of something. Not quite longing, but a vague sense that she was missing out on something important. She quickly shook it off, chalking it up to sugar-induced hallucinations. "Well," Nick said, clapping his hands together, "that concludes our whirlwind tour of Sugar Hollow. What do you think? Has any of our small-town charm managed to melt that icy exterior of yours?" Blair crossed her arms, fixing Nick with a stern look. "It's interesting, I'll give you that, but I still don't understand how any of this is possible or why I'm here, and I certainly don't know how to leave." Nick's smile softened, and he placed a gentle hand on Blair's shoulder. She was surprised to find she didn't immediately shrug it off. "Sugar Hollow has a way of giving people what they need, even if they don't know they need it," he said. "Maybe instead of fighting it, you could try embracing the magic. Who knows? You might discover something about yourself in the process." Blair opened her mouth to deliver a scathing retort, but something in Nick's earnest expression made her pause. She sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. "Look, I appreciate the tour and your enthusiasm, but I'm not the kind of person who embraces magic. I deal in facts, figures, and bottom lines. This place? She gestured around at the whimsical landscape. It goes against everything I know to be true. Nick nodded thoughtfully. I understand. But sometimes the things we know to be true aren't the whole truth. There's often more to life than what we can see on the surface. Blair felt a flicker of irritation at his persistence. That's a lovely sentiment, but it doesn't change the fact that I have responsibilities in the real world. People are counting on me. I can't just abandon everything for candy cane bridges and marshmallow snow. No one's asking you to abandon anything, Nick said gently. But maybe, just maybe, there's room in your life for a little bit of wonder, a sprinkle of joy, a dash of magic. For a moment, Blair allowed herself to consider his words. The idea of letting go, of surrendering to the impossible beauty of Sugar Hollow was tempting. But then her practical nature reasserted itself, and she squared her shoulders. I appreciate what you're trying to do, Nick, but I'm not here for a magical awakening or a holiday epiphany. I'm here because of some cosmic mistake, and I need to find a way to correct it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a room full of gingerbread to return to while I figure out my next move. Nick's smile never faltered, but there was a hint of something like disappointment in his eyes. Of course. But remember, Blair Winters, Sugar Hollow has a way of surprising even the most stubborn of hearts. Don't be too quick to dismiss the magic around you. You might find it's exactly what you've been missing. As Blair turned to head back to the Gingerbread Inn, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was walking away from something important, but she pushed the thought aside, focusing instead on the familiar comfort of her determination. She had a mystery to solve and a way home to find, and no amount of sugar, spice, or so-called magic was going to distract her from her goal. Resistance is sweet. Blair Winters woke with a start, her nose twitching at the overwhelming scent of cinnamon and nutmeg. For a moment, she lay perfectly still, hoping against hope that when she opened her eyes, she'd find herself back in her sleek Manhattan penthouse. But as she blinked awake, the whimsical decor of her room at the Gingerbread Inn came into focus, crushing that faint glimmer of optimism. Fantastic, she muttered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Another day in Candyland. Despite her reluctance to admit it, Blair had to concede that the bed was surprisingly comfortable. She stretched, her hand brushing against a gingerbread man-shaped throw pillow. She glared at its icing smile, feeling personally mocked by its cheerfulness. "Don't look at me like that," she grumbled, tossing it aside. Sitting up, Blair reached for her phone on the nightstand, which was predictably shaped like a stack of cookies. She tapped the screen, willing it to show even one bar of signal, nothing. "Well, isn't that just peachy?" she said, rolling her eyes. "I guess Sugar Hollow missed the memo on the invention of cell towers. What do they use for communication around here? Carrier pigeons? No, wait, carrier gingerbread men." Blair swung her legs out of bed and padded to the window. The sugar glass pane was frosted over, creating swirling patterns that annoyingly reminded her of the snow globe that had started this whole mess. She wiped a small circle clear and peered out at the bustling magical activity below. Many snowmen waddled down the candy cane sidewalks, delivering what appeared to be rolled-up scrolls. Blair watched as one of them struggled to climb the steps of a gingerbread house, its tiny arms flailing comically. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Blair muttered, unable to tear her eyes away from the ridiculous scene. "This place is like a demented Hallmark movie on steroids." A gentle knock on the door interrupted her judgmental people-watching. "Good morning, dear." Mrs. Claus's voice called out, sickeningly sweet. "I've brought you some breakfast." Blair sighed heavily, steeling herself for another interaction with the perpetually cheerful innkeeper. She opened the door to find Mrs. Claus beaming at her, holding a tray laden with an assortment of festive treats and a steaming mug of what smelled like hot cocoa. "I hope you slept well," Mrs. Claus said, her eyes twinkling. "I've brought you some gingerbread pancakes, candy cane scones, and hot cocoa with marshmallow snowflakes." Blair eyed the tray warily, her stomach turning at the thought of so much sugar so early in the morning. "Thank you, but I'll pass," she said, trying to keep the grimace off her face. "Would it be possible to get some plain black coffee instead?" Mrs. Claus's smile didn't falter for a second. "Of course, dear. I'll bring that right up. Are you sure you won't have just one little scone? They're fresh from the oven." "I'm sure," Blair said firmly. "Just the coffee, please." As Mrs. Claus retreated down the hallway, Blair shook her head. How did anyone function in this town without going into diabetic shock? After getting dressed in her now slightly rumpled business attire, the only clothes she had with her, Blair made her way down to the inn's common area. The room was filled with other guests, all chattering excitedly about their plans for the day. "I can't wait to see the chocolate volcano," a woman in a garish Christmas sweater exclaimed. "I heard it erupts with marshmallows every hour." Her companion nodded enthusiastically. "And don't forget about the gumdrop gardens. I hear they're simply magical this time of year." Blair couldn't suppress her scoff. "This time of year?" she muttered under her breath. "Isn't it always this time of year here?" Determined to find a way out of this sugar-coated nightmare, Blair made her way to the inn's exit. She grasped the doorknob, shaped like a peppermint swirl, and turned it. Nothing happened. She tried again, putting more force into it. Still nothing. "Come on," she growled, jiggling the handle furiously. "Open, you oversized cookie." After a solid minute of struggling, the door finally swung open with a creak that sounded suspiciously like a muffled giggle. Blair stumbled out onto the porch, nearly losing her balance. "Unbelievable," she muttered, straightening her jacket. "Medieval architecture and fire hazards. This place is a lawsuit waiting to happen." As soon as she stepped off the porch, Blair was hit by a wave of crisp, sweet air. Despite her best efforts to remain unaffected, she found herself taking a deep breath. The air was refreshing in a way she'd never experienced before, like inhaling pure joy and possibility. For a brief moment, Blair felt a tingling sensation in her chest, a warmth that threatened to melt her icy exterior. She quickly shook it off, chalking it up to some sort of airborne sugar high. Glancing around, Blair spotted a familiar figure across the street. Nick Garland was chatting animatedly with a group of locals, his easy smile and relaxed posture a stark contrast to Blair's rigid stance. Not wanting to endure another saccharine interaction with the insufferably cheerful mayor, Blair quickly turned on her heel and headed in the opposite direction. As she marched down the candy cane pathway, Blair couldn't help but notice the trail she was leaving behind. Each step left a glittery imprint in the marshmallow snow, as if the ground itself was trying to make her sparkle. "Oh, for crying out loud," she grumbled, attempting to brush the glitter off her designer shoes. But the more she tried to remove it, the more it seemed to cling to her. Great. I finally get a pair of Louboutins, and now they look like they've been attacked by a kindergarten art project. Determined to find a way out of Sugar Hollow, Blair set off with purpose. She followed the winding candy cane path, certain that it must lead to some sort of town exit. But after what felt like hours of walking, she found herself right back in the town square, facing the gingerbread inn. "This is ridiculous," she muttered, running a hand through her hair in frustration. What kind of town doesn't have a way out? It's like a small-town maze designed by a sugar-crazed toddler. She tried again, this time heading in the opposite direction. But no matter which way she turned or how far she walked, Blair always ended up back in the center of Sugar Hollow. With each failed attempt, her frustration grew. "If I had cell service, I'd call an Uber," she grumbled. Although, knowing this place, it'd probably show up as a sleigh pulled by reindeer. As the sun began to set, painting the cotton candy clouds in shades of pink and orange, Blair finally admitted defeat. Exhausted, annoyed, and with a thin layer of glitter clinging to her entire body, she trudged back to the gingerbread inn. Mrs. Claus was waiting at the front desk, that ever-present knowing smile on her face. "Welcome back, dear," she said warmly. "Did you have a nice exploration of our little town?" Blair bit back a sarcastic retort, too tired to engage. "It was illuminating," she managed. Mrs. Claus nodded, as if Blair had shared some profound insight. "I thought you might be in need of this," she said, producing a steaming mug from behind the counter. "Black coffee, just as you like it." Despite her irritation, Blair felt a surge of gratitude at the sight of the simple black liquid. "Thank you," she said, accepting the mug and inhaling the rich aroma. As she took her first sip, Blair couldn't help but notice that it was possibly the best coffee she'd ever tasted. It was rich and complex, with notes of chocolate and cherry that she wouldn't have expected from a plain black brew. "This is surprisingly good," she admitted, unable to keep the surprise out of her voice. Mrs. Claus's gaze sparkled with understanding. "Sometimes, dear, the simplest things can hold the most magic. You just have to be open to experiencing them." Blair raised an eyebrow, sensing another life lesson hidden in the innkeeper's words. But she was too tired to decipher it now. Instead, she nodded her thanks and headed up to her room, the coffee warming her hands, and, though she'd never admit it, something deep inside her as well. As she climbed the stairs, Blair couldn't shake the feeling that despite her best effort to resist, Sugar Hollow was starting to work its magic on her. The thought both intrigued and terrified her in equal measure. Closing the door to her gingerbread-scented room, Blair allowed herself a small sigh. Tomorrow, she promised herself, she'd find a way out of this candy-coated fever dream. But for now, she had to admit that the coffee was good, the bed was comfortable, and maybe, just maybe, there was something to be said for a little bit of magic in one's life. Not that she'd ever say it out loud, of course. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Blair sat in the gingerbread inn's common area, her fingers wrapped tightly around a mug of black coffee. The warmth seeping through the ceramic was the only comfort she allowed herself in this sea of festive madness. All around her, the inn buzzed with holiday cheer that bordered on the ridiculous. Garlands made of popcorn and cranberries draped every available surface, and the air was thick with the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg. She took a sip of her coffee, savoring its bitter bite. At least this small piece of normalcy hadn't been tainted by Sugar Hollow's relentless holiday spirit. Blair glanced around the room, her gaze falling on a group of elves engaged in what appeared to be a heated gingerbread house building competition. She rolled her eyes. If I see one more candy cane, I might scream, she muttered into her mug. The tinkling of jingle bells announced a new arrival, and Blair looked up to see Nick entering the inn. His cheeks were flushed from the cold, and his easygoing smile seemed to light up the already overbright room. Blair quickly averted her gaze, hoping he wouldn't notice her, but luck wasn't on her side. Nick's eyes landed on her, and his smile widened. He made his way over, weaving through the crowded common area with the grace of someone who knew every nook and cranny of the place. As he approached, Blair noticed he was carrying 2 steaming cups that seemed to have materialized out of thin air. "Mind if I join you?" Nick asked, already settling into the armchair across from her. Blair eyed him warily. "Do I have a choice?" Nick chuckled, setting the 2 cups on the table between them. "There's always a choice, Blair. That's the beauty of Sugar Hollow." "Really? Because I seem to recall trying to leave this candy-coated nightmare all day, only to end up right back where I started," Blair retorted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Nick's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Maybe the town knows something you don't." He pushed one of the cups towards her. "Here, try this. It's a Sugar Hollow specialty." Blair peered into the cup, her nose wrinkling at the sight of the whipped cream and candy cane garnish. "I'll stick with my coffee, thanks. I prefer my caffeine without a side of cavities." "Come on," Nick cajoled. "Where's your sense of adventure?" "I left it back in the real world, along with my sanity, apparently," Blair shot back. Nick leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. "You know, for someone who claims to hate Christmas, you've got the bah humbug act down pat. Are you sure you're not secretly auditioning for a role in A Christmas Carol?" Despite herself, Blair felt the corner of her mouth twitch. "If I am, I'd better be getting paid overtime. This town is like working a 24/7 shift in Santa's workshop." "Ah, but the benefits package here is unbeatable," Nick countered. "All the hot cocoa you can drink, guaranteed white Christmases, and the best dental plan in the North Pole." Blair snorted. "With all the sugar around here, I'm surprised you have any teeth left." Their banter was interrupted by a soft squeaking sound. Blair looked down to see a tiny snowman waddling up to their table, a rolled-up piece of parchment clutched in its twig arms. "What in the—" Blair started, her eyes widening in disbelief. Nick, however, seemed completely unfazed. He leaned down, addressing the snowman as if this were an everyday occurrence. "Hey there, Frosty Jr., what have you got for me?" The snowman squeaked again, holding up the parchment. Nick took it with a nod of thanks, unrolling it to read the message inside. Blair watched this exchange with a mix of horror and fascination. "You're talking to a snowman," she said flatly. "A miniature, walking, message-delivering snowman." Nick glanced up from the parchment, his expression quizzical. "Of course. How else would we get our messages delivered? I don't know, maybe by a person, or, here's a wild idea, a phone." Blair's voice rose slightly, her composure slipping. Nick chuckled, tucking the parchment into his pocket. "Where's the fun in that to—" He stood up, brushing a few stray snowflakes from his pants. "Speaking of fun, I've got to head out. It's almost time for the daily sugar rush." "The what now?" Blair asked, against her better judgment. "The sugar rush," Nick repeated. "It's our daily parade. You should come. There's candy floss floats, gingerbread marching bands, and the grand finale is a chocolate fountain that shoots up higher than the town hall." Blair shook her head vehemently. "Hard pass. I need to focus on finding a way back to the real world, not waste time watching sentient desserts prance down the street." Nick's smile faltered slightly. You know, Blair, sometimes embracing a little holiday spirit can be good for the soul. My soul is just fine, thank you, Blair retorted. It doesn't need to be dipped in sugar and rolled in sprinkles. But that's the best part of being here, Nick argued, his voice taking on a more passionate tone. Sugar Hollow isn't just about the sweets or the decorations. It's about joy, wonder, and remembering what it feels like to believe in magic. Blair scoffed, gesturing around the room. This isn't magic, Nick. It's a diabetic coma waiting to happen. In the real world, Christmas is just another day to get through, another deadline to meet. It doesn't solve problems or make wishes come true. Maybe not in your world, Nick countered. But here, Blair cut him off, standing up abruptly. Look, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I don't belong here. I need to get back to my life, my work. I have responsibilities, deadlines. I can't just sit around sipping cocoa and singing carols. As she spoke, Blair's hand knocked against her coffee mug, sending it teetering off the edge of the table. She gasped, reaching out to catch it, but Nick was faster. His hand shot out, snatching the mug from midair with impossible speed. Not a single drop was spilled. Blair stared at him, her mouth hanging open. How did you... Nick winked, setting the mug back on the table. Magic, he said simply. Before Blair could protest, he smoothly replaced her rescued coffee with the untouched Peppermint Mocha. Now, how about you give this a try? I promise it won't bite. Still stunned by Nick's impossible catch, Blair found herself at a loss for words. She looked down at the Peppermint Mocha, then back at Nick's encouraging smile. With a resigned sigh, she picked up the mug and took a tentative sip. The flavor exploded on her tongue. Rich, creamy chocolate, perfectly balanced with cool peppermint, neither too sweet nor too strong. It was, without a doubt, the best peppermint mocha she'd ever tasted. Her eyes widened in surprise before she could stop herself. Nick's grin widened. See? Not so bad, right? Blair quickly schooled her features, but she knew it was too late. Nick had seen her reaction. It's tolerable, she admitted grudgingly. Nick chuckled, settling back into his chair. High praise indeed coming from you. So, since you're determined to figure out this place, why don't you tell me what you want to know? Blair hesitated, her fingers tracing the rim of the mug. Despite her better judgment, she found herself curious about this impossible town and its cheerful mayor. All right, she said slowly. Let's start with you. How does one become the mayor of a magical Christmas town? Nick's eyes lit up at her question. Well, it's not exactly a position you apply for, he began. Sugar Hollow has a way of choosing its caretakers. One day, I was just a guy who loved Christmas a little too much. The next, I found myself here feeling like I'd finally come home. Blair listened, her skepticism warring with genuine interest. But what do you actually do? It's not like you have to worry about taxes or infrastructure in a town made of candy. Nick laughed. You'd be surprised. Do you know how often we have to repave the roads because someone's eaten part of Main Street? And don't get me started on the great gumdrop shortage of E18. As Nick regaled her with tales of his mayoral duties, which seemed to involve equal parts problem-solving and magic-wielding, Blair found herself relaxing. She asked questions about the town's history, its residents, and the source of its magic. Nick answered each query with enthusiasm, his love for Sugar Hollow evident in every word. Time slipped by unnoticed as they talked. Blair's sharp retorts gradually gave way to genuine curiosity, and she found herself leaning in, captivated by Nick's stories. It wasn't until she went to take another sip of her drink that she realized the mug was empty. Blair stared at the bottom of the cup in disbelief. She'd finished the entire peppermint mocha without even realizing it. A strange feeling settled in her chest, a mix of comfort and unease. She looked up to find Nick watching her, a knowing smile on his face. "Ready for a refill?" he asked, already reaching for her mug. Blair hesitated. Part of her wanted to say yes, to sink further into this cozy conversation and the warmth that had begun to seep into her bones. But another part, the part that remembered board meetings and deadlines and the real world waiting for her, balked at the idea. I should probably get some rest," she said, setting the mug down firmly. "If I'm going to figure out how to get home tomorrow, I need a clear head." Nick's smile dimmed slightly, but he nodded. "Of course. But remember, Blair, sometimes home isn't a place you find, it's a place that finds you." As Blair stood to leave, she found herself unsure how to respond. The easy banter from earlier had shifted into something deeper, something that made her feel both warm and wary. She mumbled a good night and hurried towards the stairs, Nick's words echoing in her mind. In the safety of her gingerbread-scented room, Blair leaned against the door, her heart racing. She'd come to Sugar Hollow determined to leave, but now she wasn't so sure. The taste of peppermint lingered on her tongue, a sweet reminder of the evening's unexpected turn. "Get it together, Winters," she muttered to herself. "It's just a town, just a guy, just a really good peppermint mocha." But as she got ready for bed, Blair couldn't shake the feeling that Sugar Hollow and its charming mayor might be more than she bargained for. And the scariest part was, she wasn't entirely sure that was a bad thing. A walk through the wonderland. Blair woke with a start, her eyes flying open to take in the unfamiliar surroundings. For a moment, she forgot where she was, expecting to see the sleek lines and muted colors of her penthouse. Instead, she found herself enveloped in the warm, gingerbread-scented embrace of her room at Mrs. Claus's inn. To her surprise, Blair felt more rested than she had in years. The marshmallow soft bed had cradled her through the night, and the gentle tinkling of what sounded suspiciously like jingle bells had lulled her into a deep, dreamless sleep. "Get it together, Winters," she muttered, shaking her head as if to dislodge the comfort that threatened to settle over her. "You're not here to relax. You're here to get out." But as she swung her legs over the side of the bed, Blair couldn't help but notice how light she felt. The usual tension in her shoulders had eased, and the persistent headache that had been her constant companion for months was noticeably absent. She stood, stretching languidly, and made her way to the quaint wooden wardrobe in the corner of the room. Blair reached for the door, already planning which piece of her power suit would best convey her determination to leave this sugary nightmare behind. The wardrobe swung open, and Blair froze. Where her carefully pressed suits and silk blouses should have been, she found a collection of soft, colorful sweaters and comfortable-looking jeans. A pair of fur-lined boots sat neatly at the bottom, practically begging to be worn through the marshmallow snow. "You've got to be kidding me," Blair groaned, rifling through the unfamiliar clothes. But as her fingers brushed against the soft knit of a deep red sweater, she couldn't help but pause. It looked so warm, so inviting. The complete opposite of her usual sharp, professional attire. Blair glanced at the door, half expecting Mrs. Claus, or that irritatingly charming mayor to burst in. Seeing no one, she quickly stripped off her silk pajamas and pulled on the sweater and a pair of dark wash jeans. "This doesn't mean anything," she told her reflection sternly as she tugged on the boots. "It's just practical. I can't exactly tromp through Candyland in Louboutins, can I?" But as she smoothed her hands over the soft wool of the sweater, Blair couldn't quite quash the small spark of pleasure that ignited in her chest. She looked comfortable, approachable even. It was disconcerting. Shaking off the unwelcome thoughts, Blair made her way downstairs. The inn's common room was quiet, the fire crackling merrily in the hearth. The scent of cinnamon and fresh coffee wafted through the air, making Blair's stomach growl traitorously. "Good morning, dear." Mrs. Claus's cheerful voice rang out as she emerged from the kitchen, a steaming travel mug in hand. "I thought you might like something to warm you up for your walk this morning." Blair eyed the mug suspiciously. "I didn't say anything about going for a walk." Mrs. Claus's eyes twinkled knowingly. "Oh, call it a hunch. Go on, take it. I promise it won't bite." Against her better judgment, Blair accepted the mug. The rich aroma of coffee mingled with a hint of peppermint wafted up, reminding her of the drink she'd shared with Nick the night before. She took a tentative sip and had to bite back a moan of pleasure. It was the perfect blend of bitter and sweet, the peppermint cutting through the richness of the coffee in a way that made her taste buds sing. "Thank you," Blair said, surprised to find she meant it. Mrs. Claus simply smiled and bustled back into the kitchen, leaving Blair alone with her thoughts and the dangerously delicious drink. Clutching the mug like a lifeline, Blair stepped out of the inn and into the crisp morning air of Sugar Hollow. Despite herself, she inhaled deeply, the sweet scent of the town filling her lungs. It was nice, peaceful even. The kind of morning that made you want to linger over a good book or spend hours chatting with old friends. Blair scowled at the thought, taking another defiant sip of her coffee. She was not here to make friends or enjoy the scenery. She was here to find a way home, back to her real life and the deals that were surely piling up in her absence. "Well, good morning, sunshine." Blair's scowl deepened at the sound of Nick's cheerful voice. She turned to see the mayor approaching, his smile as bright as the twinkling lights that seemed to adorn every surface in this tooth-rotting town. "You're up early," Nick continued, either oblivious to or choosing to ignore Blair's less than welcoming expression. "Eager to see more of our little slice of paradise?" Blair snorted. "Hardly. I'm trying to figure out how to get out of this fever dream and back to reality." Nick's smile didn't falter. If anything, it grew wider. "Well, as it happens, I was planning to give you a more extensive tour of Sugar Hollow this morning. What do you say? I promise to show you something that might just change your mind about our humble abode." Blair opened her mouth to refuse, a cutting remark on the tip of her tongue, but something made her pause. Maybe it was the earnestness in Nick's eyes, or the way the morning light caught the snowflakes drifting lazily through the air. Or maybe it was simply that, despite her best efforts, a small part of her was curious about this impossible place. "Fine," she said at last, ignoring the way Nick's face lit up at her acquiescence. "But don't think this means I'm buying into all this." She waved her free hand vaguely at their surroundings. "Wouldn't dream of it," Nick replied, his tone suspiciously close to a laugh. "Shall we?" As they set off down the candy cane path, Blair couldn't help but notice how much easier it was to walk today. Yesterday, she'd struggled to keep her footing on the slick surface, but now her boots seemed to grip the peppermint stripes with ease. The marshmallow snow, too, no longer clung to her feet. instead crunching pleasantly underfoot. Nick led her towards the outskirts of town, chattering amiably about the history of Sugar Hollow and its various magical inhabitants. Despite herself, Blair found herself listening, occasionally even asking questions about particularly outlandish claims. "Wait," she interrupted as they passed a group of tiny snowmen scurrying about with envelopes and packages. "You're telling me those are your postal workers?" Nick nodded, grinning. "Yep, the snowmail service. They're incredibly efficient, you know. Never melt, even on the hottest summer day." Blair shook her head, torn between disbelief and a reluctant sort of admiration for the sheer creativity of it all. "And I thought the U.S. Postal Service's motto was impressive," she muttered. As they walked, the houses and shops of Sugar Hollow began to thin out, giving way to a more wild, untamed version of the candied landscape. Cookie trees grew in thick groves, their branches heavy with frosted leaves and gingerbread fruit. Streams of what looked like liquid caramel bubbled merrily alongside the path, steam rising in delicate curls. "Where exactly are we going?" Blair asked, trying and failing to keep the curiosity out of her voice. A playful glint danced in Nick's eyes. "You'll see. We're almost there." A few minutes later, they emerged into a wide clearing. Blair's breath caught in her throat as she took in the sight before her. Rising majestically against the cotton candy sky was the chocolate volcano. Its dark, rich slopes glistened in the morning light, rivulets of molten chocolate flowing lazily down its sides. As Blair watched, slack-jawed, the volcano began to rumble. "Oh, perfect timing," Nick exclaimed, clapping his hands together in delight. "Watch this, Blair. You're in for a treat, literally." With a thunderous roar, the volcano erupted, but instead of ash and lava, it spewed forth a glorious fountain of chocolate and marshmallows. The sight was mesmerizing. Ribbons of dark milk and white chocolate intertwining as they arced through the air, punctuated by bursts of colorful marshmallows in every shape and size imaginable. Blair stood transfixed, barely aware of the small, appreciative "oh" that escaped her lips. The air was filled with the rich scent of cocoa and the sweet aroma of toasted sugar. Without thinking, she reached out as a particularly large marshmallow drifted toward her. It landed in her palm, warm and impossibly soft. Blair hesitated for a moment, then popped it into her mouth. The marshmallow melted on her tongue, filling her mouth with the perfect blend of sweetness and a hint of vanilla. Before she could stop herself, a smile spread across her face. "Good, right?" Nick asked, his own grin threatening to split his face in two. Blair quickly schooled her features, but she knew it was too late. Nick had seen her moment of unguarded joy. "It's not terrible," she admitted grudgingly. Nick laughed, the sound warm and rich, like the chocolate flowing around them. "High praise indeed coming from you. Come on, there's more to see." They continued their walk, skirting the base of the volcano. Blair found herself stealing glances back at it, marveling at the continuous flow of sweets. It was so far beyond anything she'd ever experienced, so utterly impossible. And yet, here it was. As they passed through a particularly dense grove of cookie trees, Nick reached up and plucked a sugar-frosted leaf. He held it out to Blair, his expression open and encouraging. Blair eyed the offering warily. Yesterday, she would have refused outright. But now, with the taste of that heavenly marshmallow still lingering on her tongue, she found herself reaching out to accept it. The leaf was delicate, almost translucent, and coated in a fine dusting of sparkling sugar. Blair brought it to her lips, taking a small, experimental bite. The flavor burst across her tongue, a perfect blend of sweetness and a hint of cinnamon, with an underlying earthiness that reminded her of the finest teas. "Wow," she breathed, then immediately felt foolish for showing such open appreciation. Nick, to his credit, didn't gloat. He simply smiled softly and said, "There's magic in every part of Sugar Hollow, Blair. Sometimes you just have to be open to experiencing it." Blair didn't respond, too caught up in the conflicting emotions swirling within her. Part of her wanted to scoff at Nick's words, to dismiss them as the kind of saccharine nonsense she'd always despised. But another part, a part that seemed to be growing stronger with each passing moment in this strange, wonderful place, whispered that maybe, just maybe, there was some truth to what he was saying. Lost in thought, Blair almost didn't notice when they reached the edge of the town. It was only when she felt a strange tingling sensation on her skin that she looked up, gasping at what she saw. Before them stretched a shimmering, translucent barrier. It rippled like water, casting prismatic reflections across the snowy ground. Beyond it, Blair could see glimpses of a world that looked decidedly less magical gray skyscrapers and dull, leafless trees. Without thinking, Blair reached out, her fingertips brushing against the barrier. A warm, pleasant sensation washed over her, like stepping into a ray of sunshine on a cold day. Her hand passed through the barrier easily, and for a moment, Blair felt a pulling urge to step through, to return to the world she knew. But something held her back. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Nick stepped closer, his expression serious for the first time since Blair had met him. "This is the border of Sugar Hollow," he explained. "Only those who truly believe in the magic of our town can pass through it freely." Blair withdrew her hand slowly, staring at the barrier with a mixture of longing and trepidation. And if someone doesn't believe, then they'll always find their way back to the center of town, no matter how far they think they've gone, Nick said gently. Sugar Hollow has a way of keeping those who need it close. Blair's mind raced. She'd been so sure that she wanted to leave, to get back to her real life and all its familiar pressures and demands. But now, standing at the threshold between two worlds, she found herself hesitating. The warmth of the sweater against her skin, the lingering sweetness of the cookie leaf on her tongue, the memory of Nick's laughter mingling with the rumble of the chocolate volcano, all of it swirled together in her mind, creating a picture of a life so different from anything she'd ever known or allowed herself to want. I need to think," Blair said at last, taking a step back from the barrier. Nick nodded, understanding in his eyes. "Of course. Take all the time you need, Blair. Sugar Hollow isn't going anywhere." As they turned to head back into town, Blair cast one last glance at the shimmering barrier. The world beyond seemed colder somehow, less vibrant. For the first time since arriving in this impossible place, Blair found herself wondering not how to leave, but whether she truly wanted to. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Blair and Nick walked back from the town's border in companionable silence. The magical barrier shimmered behind them, a constant reminder of the choice that lay ahead. Blair's mind whirled with conflicting thoughts, her usual sharp focus muddied by the impossible sights she'd witnessed. As they approached the town square, Blair's eyes widened. The already whimsical scenery had transformed into a holiday wonderland on steroids. Many snowmen scurried about, their tiny arms laden with twinkling lights that seemed to float in midair. Gingerbread people, actual walking, talking cookies, busied themselves setting up colorful booths that smelled of cinnamon and nutmeg. Nick glanced at Blair, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Penny for your thoughts?" Blair opened her mouth, a snarky retort on the tip of her tongue. But as she looked around the square, taking in the impossible sights, she found herself hesitating. I'm not sure what to think," she admitted, her voice uncharacteristically soft. Before Nick could respond, a group of candy canes, honest-to-goodness singing candy canes, approached them. Their voices blended in perfect harmony, filling the air with a rendition of silver bells that would make professional choirs weep with envy. Blair listened, her cynical nature warring with a growing appreciation for the sheer beauty of the moment. She found her foot tapping along to the rhythm, much to her chagrin. As the candy canes moved on, Nick turned to Blair. "You know, there's a reason everything here seems so magical," he said, gesturing to the bustling square. "Sugar Hollow's very existence is fueled by joy, love, and holiday spirit." Blair snorted, but even she could hear the lack of conviction in her voice. "Right, because happiness is a renewable energy source now?" Nick's smile didn't waver. "In a way, yes. The more people believe in the magic of this place, the stronger it becomes." Blair's brow furrowed as a thought struck her. "Wait a minute," she said, turning to face Nick fully. "My arrival here, it wasn't an accident, was it? That snow globe at the office party?" Nick's expression grew serious, confirming her suspicions before he even spoke. "No, Blair, it wasn't an accident." Before he could elaborate, a familiar voice called out, "Nicholas, Blair, just the helpers I was looking for." Mrs. Claus bustled towards them, her cheeks rosy and her eyes sparkling with excitement. "We're having a bit of trouble with the giant gingerbread house. Would you two be dears and lend a hand?" Blair opened her mouth to decline, but to her own surprise, she found herself saying, "Sure, we'd be happy to help." Nick's eyebrows shot up, but he wisely kept his comments to himself. As they followed Mrs. Claus to the partially constructed gingerbread house, Blair marveled at its sheer size. The walls stood at least 15 feet tall, covered in intricate frosting designs, and studded with oversized gumdrops and peppermint swirls. Nick handed Blair a piping bag filled with royal icing. "Think you can handle some structural support?" he asked with a grin. Blair rolled her eyes, but there was no real annoyance behind it. "Please, if I can handle mergers and acquisitions, I think I can handle a little frosting." As they worked side by side, Blair found herself relaxing. The repetitive motion of piping frosting was almost meditative, and she caught herself humming along to the Christmas music that seemed to emanate from the very air around them. "Watch out for those load-bearing candy canes," Nick joked, as he pressed a row of peppermint sticks into place. "They're crucial to the structural integrity of the whole operation." Blair laughed, actually laughed, at his ridiculous comment. The sound surprised her. When was the last time she'd genuinely laughed like that? As she stepped back to admire their handiwork, Blair noticed her hands were covered in sparkly sugar frosting. In her normal life, she would have been annoyed at the mess. But here, in this impossible place, she found herself admiring the way the sugar glittered in the warm light of the setting sun. A commotion nearby drew her attention. A mini snowman had tripped, spilling its mug of hot cocoa across the snowy ground. Without thinking, Blair knelt down, helping the little creature to its feet. "There you go, little guy," she said softly, brushing snow from its tiny carrot nose. It was only as the snowman beamed up at her with its coal-black eyes that Blair realized what she'd done. She just interacted with a magical creature as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She glanced up to find Nick watching her, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "What?" she asked, feeling suddenly self-conscious. Nick shook his head, his smile widening. "Nothing. It's just... Sugar Hollow has a way of changing people, you know." Blair stood up, brushing the snow from her knees. She wanted to argue, to insist that she hadn't changed at all. But as she looked around the square, at the twinkling lights and the smiling faces of creatures that shouldn't exist, she found she couldn't deny it. The sun was setting now, casting a warm, golden glow over the town. The gingerbread house stood complete, a testament to their afternoon's work. Blair felt a surge of pride as she admired it, surprised by how reluctant she was to leave the festival preparations. "So," Nick said, coming to stand beside her, "the evening festivities will be starting soon. Care to stick around?" Blair hesitated for a moment, her old life and responsibilities tugging at the back of her mind. But as she looked at Nick's hopeful expression and the magical world around her, she made a decision that surprised even herself. "You know what? I'd love to," she said, a small smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Nick's face lit up with genuine joy, and Blair felt a warmth in her chest that had nothing to do with the magical atmosphere of Sugar Hollow. As they made their way towards the center of the square, where a band of elves was setting up their instruments, Blair found herself wondering about the snow globe and her mysterious arrival in this place. There were still so many questions unanswered, so much she didn't understand. But for now, as the first notes of a cheerful holiday tune filled the air and the scent of gingerbread and peppermint swirled around her, Blair decided those questions could wait. For the first time in longer than she could remember, she was exactly where she wanted to be. The evening festivities kicked off with a bang, literally. A shower of edible fireworks exploded overhead, raining down sprinkles and candy stars that dissolved on the tongue with a pop of flavor. Blair watched in awe, her cynicism momentarily forgotten in the face of such joyful magic. "Cotton candy?" Nick offered, holding out a fluffy pink cloud that seemed to glow from within. Blair hesitated for a moment before taking a small piece. As it melted on her tongue, she tasted not just sweetness, but the essence of a perfect summer day. Warm sunshine, laughter, and the carefree joy of childhood. "How is this possible?" she murmured, more to herself than to Nick. Nick's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Magic, remember? You're allowed to enjoy it without understanding every detail, you know." Blair shot him a look, but there was no real heat behind it. Old habits die hard, I guess. As they strolled through the festival, Blair found herself increasingly captivated by the sights and sounds around her. A troupe of gingerbread acrobats performed impossible feats, their cookie limbs bending in ways that defied the laws of physics. A chorus of snow angels sang in perfect harmony, their voices creating shimmering auroras in the night sky. At one booth, a jolly elf challenged passers-by to a game of Pin the Nose on Rudolph. Blair watched as children and adults alike stumbled about, giggling as they tried to place the glowing red nose on the cardboard reindeer. "Want to give it a try?" Nick asked, nudging her gently. Blair snorted. "Please, I have better things to do than make a fool of myself with some childish game." But even as the words left her mouth, Blair felt a twinge of regret. When was the last time she'd allowed herself to be silly, to play without worrying about looking foolish? Nick seemed to sense her internal conflict. "Come on," he said, taking her hand and leading her towards the booth. "I'll go first if it makes you feel better." Before Blair could protest, Nick had donned the blindfold and was spinning in circles, the cardboard nose held out in front of him. She couldn't help but laugh as he stumbled forward, placing the nose squarely on Rudolph's ear. "Your turn," Nick said, holding out the blindfold with a challenging grin. Blair hesitated for a moment, looking around at the smiling faces surrounding them. No one was judging, no one was keeping score. It was just fun. With a deep breath, Blair took the blindfold and slipped it over her eyes. The world went dark, and for a moment she felt completely disoriented. But then she felt Nick's hand on her shoulder, gently spinning her around. "Ready?" His voice came from somewhere to her left. "As I'll ever be," Blair replied, surprised to find she was smiling. She took a few tentative steps forward, her arms outstretched. The crowd around her cheered encouragement, their voices a warm cocoon of support. Blair felt her way forward, her fingers brushing against the cardboard. "A little to the left," someone called out. "No, your other left," another voice chimed in, followed by laughter. Blair adjusted her stance and pressed the nose firmly against the cardboard. The crowd erupted in cheers, and she pulled off the blindfold to see she'd placed it perfectly on Rudolph's shiny red nose. "Beginner's luck," she said with a laugh, but she couldn't hide the pride in her voice. As they moved on from the booth, Blair felt lighter somehow, as if a weight she hadn't even realized she'd been carrying had lifted from her shoulders. The night wore on, filled with more wonders than Blair could have imagined. They watched a ballet performed by sugar plum fairies, their gossamer wings leaving trails of sparkling dust in the air. They sampled hot chocolate from the chocolate volcano, each sip tasting like a different happy memory. As midnight approached, the crowd began to gather in the center of the square. Blair looked at Nick questioningly. "It's time for the starlight ceremony," he explained, his voice hushed with reverence. "It's how we renew the magic of Sugar Hollow each night." Blair watched as every resident of the town, from the tiniest mini snowman to Mrs. Claus herself, joined hands in a giant circle. Nick held out his hand to Blair, his expression open and inviting. For a moment, Blair hesitated. This was more than just participating in a festival game. This was actively engaging with the magic of this place, acknowledging its reality in a way she hadn't yet allowed herself to do. But as she looked at Nick's outstretched hand, at the warmth and acceptance in his eyes, Blair made her choice. She slipped her hand into his, feeling a spark of something that might have been magic, or might have been something else entirely. As the last person joined the circle, a hush fell over the crowd. Then, as one, they began to sing. The melody was unlike anything Blair had ever heard, both ancient and new, joyful and poignant. It spoke of love and hope, of the magic that exists in every act of kindness, every moment of joy. As the song reached its crescendo, pinpricks of light began to appear all around them. They floated upward, gathering above the town square in a swirling mass of starlight. Blair watched in awe as the lights danced and swirled, forming patterns and shapes before exploding outward in a dazzling display that lit up the entire town. As the last notes of the song faded away, and the starlight settled like a gentle snowfall around them, Blair felt a sense of peace she hadn't experienced in years. She turned to Nick, words failing her for perhaps the first time in her life. Nick squeezed her hand gently. "Welcome to Sugar Hollow, Blair," he said softly. "Really and truly welcome." And as Blair looked around at the twinkling lights, the smiling faces, and the impossible magic of it all, she realized that, for the first time since she'd arrived, she didn't want to leave. Sugar Hollow, with all its whimsy and wonder, was starting to feel like home, letting the walls crumble. The holiday festival was in full swing as night fell over Sugar Hollow, the town aglow with twinkling lights and magical decorations. Blair stood at the edge of the crowd, observing the joyful chaos with a mix of bewilderment and reluctant fascination. Tiny fairies zipped through the air, leaving trails of glitter in their wake, while gingerbread men danced a merry jig to the sound of jingle bells. Blair shook her head, still not quite believing her eyes. "This place gets weirder by the minute," she muttered under her breath. "I prefer to think of it as wonderfully whimsical." A familiar voice chimed in from beside her. Blair turned to find Nick approaching, a steaming mug in each hand. He offered one to her with a grin. "Hot chocolate? Topped with candy cane marshmallows, of course." Blair hesitated for a moment, then accepted the mug without her usual sarcastic comment. The warmth of the cup seeped into her hands, oddly comforting. "Thanks," she said simply, surprising herself with the genuine tone. Nick's eyebrows shot up in mock astonishment. No cutting remark? No disparaging comment about sugar intake? Who are you, and what have you done with Blair Winters? Blair rolled her eyes, but there was no real annoyance behind it. "Don't push your luck, Garland." They stood side by side, watching the festivities unfold. A group of children raced past, giggling as they chased floating ornaments that bobbed just out of reach. Blair found herself smiling at their antics, only to catch her reflection in a nearby shop window. The soft expression on her face startled her, and she quickly tried to school her features back to their usual stern mask. But it was too late. Nick had noticed. "You know, a smile suits you," he said softly. "You should try it more often." Blair opened her mouth to deliver a sharp retort, but the words died on her lips as a small girl from the group of children stumbled, nearly falling. Without thinking, Blair reached out to steady her. The child looked up at her with a gap-toothed grin of thanks before scampering off to rejoin her friends. Nick watched the interaction with interest. "So, Miss Winters," he said casually, "how are you finding Sugar Hollow now? Still itching to get back to your board meetings and spreadsheets?" Blair hesitated, torn between her growing affection for the town and her ingrained cynicism. "It's not entirely terrible," she admitted grudgingly, "though I still maintain that a town running on holiday cheer is economically unsustainable." Nick chuckled. "Always the businesswoman. But I sense there's more to it than that. What's really holding you back from embracing the magic?" Blair felt exposed under Nick's perceptive gaze. She deflected, turning the tables on him instead. "What about you, Mr. Mayor? How does someone end up running a town that shouldn't exist? What's your story?" For a moment, Nick's usually cheerful demeanor faltered. A shadow passed over his face, hinting at a deeper, perhaps more painful history. "That's a long story," he began, his voice uncharacteristically serious. But before he could continue, they were interrupted by the arrival of Mrs. Claus, her cheeks rosy and her eyes twinkling with mischief. "There you are, Blair, dear. We need your expertise." Blair blinked in surprise. My expertise? In what exactly? Mrs. Claus beamed. Why, in judging our annual gingerbread house contest, of course. Who better to assess structural integrity than a high-powered CEO? To her own surprise, Blair found herself nodding. Sure, why not? She agreed without a hint of protest. As Mrs. Claus led her away, Blair glanced back at Nick. He gave her an encouraging smile, but she couldn't help noticing that the earlier shadow hadn't quite left his eyes. The gingerbread house contest was a sight to behold. Towering confectionery creations lined the town square, each more elaborate than the last. Blair approached her task with unexpected enthusiasm, carefully examining each structure and tasting the various gingerbread recipes. She mused, circling a particularly ornate castle. Impressive spire work, but I'm concerned about the load-bearing capacity of these gumdrop columns. The crowd around her burst into laughter, and Blair realized she'd said it out loud. Instead of feeling embarrassed, she found herself grinning and playing up the act. Now this, she declared, gesturing to a whimsical treehouse, shows real innovation in the use of pretzel log supports. Excellent tensile strength. As the judging continued, Blair found herself genuinely enjoying the experience. She cracked jokes about zoning violations and gingerbread building codes. Each quip met with more laughter and applause from the delighted audience. From the edge of the crowd, Nick watched Blair interact with the townspeople. His expression was a mix of pride and something deeper, more tender. When Blair caught his eye mid-joke, she felt an unexpected flutter in her chest. She quickly looked away, suddenly flustered. After the winners were announced, the treehouse took first prize, much to Blair's satisfaction. Nick approached her again. "Looks like you found your calling," he teased. "Should I be worried about my job as mayor?" Blair snorted. "Please, can you imagine me running a town fueled by sugar plums and good cheer?" "Actually," Nick said softly, "I'm starting to think you'd be pretty great at it." The sincerity in his voice caught Blair off guard. She fumbled for a response, but Nick saved her by suggesting a walk through the quieter parts of the festival. As they strolled past twinkling displays and caroling snowmen, Blair found herself relaxing. The magic of Sugar Hollow no longer seemed quite so overwhelming or ridiculous. "I have to admit," she said slowly, "I'm starting to see the appeal of this place. It's nice in a completely impossible way." Nick nodded encouragingly. "But," he prompted, sensing her hesitation. Blair sighed. "But I still don't understand my place in all of this. Why am I here? What am I supposed to do?" They paused by the chocolate fountain, its warm, sweet scent filling the air. Nick turned to face Blair, his expression gentle but serious. "Blair," he said carefully, "I think your resistance to Sugar Hollow's magic might be about more than just the town itself. What are you really afraid of?" Blair felt as if the ground had shifted beneath her feet. Nick's insight cut straight to the heart of something she'd been avoiding since she arrived. She opened her mouth to deny it, to deflect with a sarcastic comment or a logical argument. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, she found herself saying, "I'm tired of pretending." Nick's eyes widened slightly, but he remained silent, giving her space to continue. Blair took a deep breath, feeling the walls she'd so carefully constructed start to crumble. "I'm afraid," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm afraid that if I let myself believe in this place, in its magic, I'll lose everything I've worked for, everything that defines me. Nick reached out, gently taking her hand. Or maybe, he suggested softly, you'll find something you didn't even know you were missing. Blair looked down at their joined hands, then back up at Nick's face. In his eyes, she saw warmth, understanding, and something that looked a lot like hope. For the first time since arriving in Sugar Hollow, she allowed herself to consider the possibility that maybe, just maybe, there was more to life than boardrooms and bottom lines. I don't know how to do this, Blair confessed, her voice shaky but determined. I don't know how to let go of control, how to just believe. Nick squeezed her hand reassuringly. Nobody's asking you to change overnight, Blair. Just be open to the possibility. That's all Sugar Hollow asks of anyone. As they stood there, surrounded by the twinkling lights and gentle magic of the town, Blair felt something shift inside her. It was terrifying and exhilarating all at once, like standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing that stepping off could lead to either flight or fall. But as she looked at Nick, at the town around them, at the impossible, wonderful magic of it all, Blair realized something. For the first time in longer than she could remember, she was willing to take that leap. Okay, she said softly, a small, genuine smile spreading across her face. I'm open to the possibility. Now what? Nick's answering grin was brighter than all the festival lights combined. Now, he said, tugging her gently towards the heart of the celebration, we enjoy the magic together. And as Blair allowed herself to be pulled back into the joyful chaos of the festival, she felt a warmth in her chest that had nothing to do with hot chocolate or gingerbread. It felt a lot like the start of something new, something wonderful. It felt, she realized with a mixture of terror and delight, a lot like magic. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Blair and Nick found a quiet spot away from the festival, settling onto a bench made of peppermint sticks. The distant sounds of laughter and music created a cozy atmosphere, enveloping them in a bubble of tranquility. Blair took a deep breath, the scent of peppermint and sugar filling her lungs. She steeled herself, knowing that what she was about to do went against every instinct she cultivated over the years. So, she began, her voice uncharacteristically hesitant, you want to know why I'm such a Grinch? Nick's lips quirked into a small smile. I wouldn't put it quite like that, but... Yeah, I'd like to understand. Blair nodded, her gaze fixed on her hands. It's not a particularly unique story. Overachieving parents, high expectations, the whole 9 yards. She paused, searching for the right words. In my family, success wasn't just encouraged. It was required. Sentimentality was discouraged. As she spoke, Blair's usual sarcastic tone faded, replaced by a vulnerability she wasn't used to showing. Nick listened attentively, his expression compassionate. Christmas was just another opportunity to prove ourselves, Blair continued. Who could get the best grades, the most prestigious internships, the highest paying job offers? Stockings were filled with stock portfolios instead of candy. Nick winced. That sounds intense. Blair let out a humorless laugh. That's one way to put it. By the time I hit college, I had my life planned out to the minute. MBA, fast track to CEO, corner office with a view. She shook her head. I built my career brick by brick, sacrificing everything else along the way. Personal relationships, hobbies, joy. They all took a back seat to professional success. She gestured at the whimsical landscape around them. Sugar Hollow, It represents everything I've trained myself to reject. Whimsy, magic, letting go of control. It goes against everything I've built my life around. Nick nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving Blair's face. And now? He asked gently. What do you want out of life now? Blair hesitated, realizing she'd never really asked herself that question. I don't know, she admitted, the words feeling foreign on her tongue. I've been so focused on climbing the corporate ladder, I never stopped to think about what was at the top. As they talked, Blair noticed the marshmallow snow falling gently around them. Almost without thinking, she reached out to catch a flake, marveling at how it melted on her palm. The simple act felt profound, like a tiny rebellion against her meticulously controlled life. Nick watched her, a soft smile playing on his lips. You know, he said, I wasn't always the jolly mayor of Sugar Hollow. Blair raised an eyebrow. Oh, do tell. Nick chuckled. I was a lot like you, actually. Focused, driven, skeptical of anything that couldn't be quantified or measured. When I first arrived here, I thought it was all an elaborate hoax. What changed? Blair asked, genuinely curious. Nick's eyes took on a faraway look. I realized that logic and reason have their place, but they can't explain everything. Sometimes you have to let go of what you think you know and open yourself up to possibilities. His vulnerability encouraged Blair to open up further. I'm scared, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. I've spent my whole life building this persona, this armor, the idea of letting it go, of losing control. She trailed off, shaking her head. Nick reached out, gently covering her hand with his own. Embracing joy doesn't mean losing yourself, Blair. It means discovering parts of yourself you never knew existed. Blair looked down at their joined hands, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with the hot chocolate they'd been drinking. She found herself unconsciously leaning closer to Nick, their shoulders touching. You know, Nick said thoughtfully, I don't think your presence in Sugar Hollow is just about experiencing holiday magic. I think it might be about rediscovering a part of yourself you've long buried. Blair was silent for a moment, processing Nick's words. She looked out at the twinkling lights of Sugar Hollow, seeing the town with new eyes. The gingerbread houses no longer seemed ridiculous but charming. The chocolate volcano in the distance looked less like a geological impossibility and more like a symbol of abundance and joy. Maybe, she said slowly, I've been so focused on being strong that I forgot how to be soft. Nick squeezed her hand. Strength and softness aren't mutually exclusive, you know. Some of the strongest people I know are also the most compassionate. Blair turned back to Nick, a mix of fear and hope in her eyes. She took a deep breath, feeling as though she was standing on the edge of a precipice. Show me more of Sugar Hollow, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I think I'm ready to try believing. Nick's face lit up, his smile warm and encouraging. Really? You're sure? Blair nodded, surprising herself with how certain she felt. Yeah, I am. I mean, I'm terrified, but I want to try. Nick stood up, offering her his hand. Well then, Miss Winters, allow me to give you the grand tour of Sugar Hollow Believers Edition. Blair took his hand, allowing him to pull her to her feet. As they set off down the candy cane path, she felt a lightness in her step that she couldn't remember feeling before. The marshmallow snow continued to fall gently around them, and this time Blair didn't try to brush it off her coat. Their first stop was the chocolate volcano, its rich, velvety aroma filling the air. Nick explained how it erupted with different flavors, depending on the collective mood of the town. Right now, he said, gesturing to the streams of milk chocolate flowing down its sides, it's feeling pretty content. But during big celebrations, we get all sorts of wild combinations. Last New Year's Eve, we had a strawberry cheesecake lava flow. Blair laughed, the sound surprising her with its genuineness. That's actually kind of amazing, she admitted. They continued on, passing by the cookie trees. Nick plucked a sugar cookie leaf, offering it to Blair. She hesitated for a moment before taking a bite. The flavors exploded on her tongue. Butter, vanilla, and something else she couldn't quite identify. Is that happiness? She asked, feeling slightly ridiculous even as she said it. Nick's eyes twinkled. You tell me, what does happiness taste like to you? Blair took another bite, closing her eyes to savor it. Like Christmas morning when I was 5, before the pressure set in, like the first time I aced a test without studying for days, like... She opened her eyes, meeting Nick's gaze. Like right now, actually. As they walked, Blair found herself opening up more, sharing stories she'd long kept buried. She told Nick about the Christmas when she was 7 and had asked Santa for a day off from her piano lessons, about the time in high school when she'd secretly wanted to try out for the school play, but convinced herself it was a waste of time. In return, Nick shared more about his own journey to Sugar Hollow, how he'd been a high-powered lawyer, burning the candle at both ends until he collapsed from exhaustion, how he'd found himself in Sugar Hollow during his recovery and discovered a whole new way of living. It wasn't easy, he admitted, letting go of that drive, that need to always be achieving something, but once I did, he spread his arms wide, encompassing the magical town around them. I found something so much better. As they talked, Blair felt something shifting inside her. The walls she'd built so carefully over the years weren't crumbling exactly, but they were softening, becoming more permeable. She found herself laughing more freely, marveling at the whimsical sights around her without immediately trying to explain them away. They ended up back at the town square where the festival was still in full swing. Tiny snowmen waddled about, delivering hot cocoa and warm cookies to the revelers. A group of elves was leading a rousing rendition of Jingle Bells, their high-pitched voices somehow perfectly in tune. Blair watched it all, a small smile playing on her lips. You know, she said, turning to Nick, a few hours ago, I would have found all of this completely ridiculous. And now? Nick asked, his voice soft. Blair considered for a moment. Now, I think it might be the most wonderful thing I've ever seen. Nick's answering smile was brighter than all the twinkling lights in Sugar Hollow combined. He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, a commotion near the giant Christmas tree caught their attention. Mrs. Claus was hurrying towards them, her usually jolly face creased with worry. Nick, dear, she called out, slightly out of breath. We have a problem. The belief-o-meter is dropping, and fast. Nick's expression turned serious. How bad is it? Mrs. Claus wrung her hands. If it keeps falling at this rate, we might not have enough magic to power the Candy Cane Express, and without that, we can't deliver joy to the rest of the world, Nick finished, his voice grim. Blair looked between them, confusion and concern warring on her face. I don't understand. What's a belief-o-meter? And what does it have to do with delivering joy? Nick turned to her, his eyes intense. Blair, remember how I said Sugar Hollow's magic is fueled by belief and holiday spirit? Well, the belief-o-meter measures that. And right now, it's saying that belief is fading, not just here, but everywhere. Blair felt a chill that had nothing to do with the marshmallow snow. And without enough belief, the magic fades, she said slowly, understanding dawning. Nick nodded. Exactly. And without magic, Sugar Hollow can't spread joy and wonder to the rest of the world. It's a cycle. The more joy we spread, the more belief grows, which in turn strengthens our magic. But if the cycle is broken, Blair trailed off, the implications sinking in. Then Sugar Hollow begins to fade, Mrs. Claus finished softly. And with it, a little bit of magic leaves the world. Blair looked around at the twinkling lights, the laughing children, the impossible, wonderful magic of it all. For the first time, she saw how fragile it all was, how precious. And for the first time in her life, she felt a fierce desire to protect something that couldn't be measured in dollars and cents. She turned back to Nick and Mrs. Claus, determination setting her jaw. What can I do to help? Magic in the air. Blair woke with a start, momentarily disoriented by the gingerbread-scented air and the soft tinkling of sleigh bells outside her window. As her eyes adjusted to the warm, golden light filtering through the candy-striped curtains, she remembered where she was, the Gingerbread Inn in Sugar Hollow. Stretching languidly, Blair was surprised to find herself feeling more refreshed than she had in years. The ever-present tension in her shoulders had eased, and her mind wasn't immediately racing with to-do lists and profit projections. Instead, she found herself drawn to the window where marshmallow snowflakes drifted lazily past, each one seeming to sparkle with its own inner light. "Huh," Blair murmured, resting her forehead against the cool pane. "Is it me or is everything brighter today?" As she dressed in the cozy flannel pajamas Mrs. Claus had left for her, foregoing her usual power suit, Blair caught herself humming. The tune was vaguely familiar, something about decking halls and being jolly. She stopped abruptly, then chuckled at her own reaction. "Get it together, Winters," she told her reflection in the mirror. "A couple of days in Candyland and you're turning into Buddy the Elf." But even as she said it, Blair couldn't quite muster her usual cynicism. There was something about this place that was getting under her skin, melting her icy exterior like hot cocoa on a candy cane. Downstairs, the aroma of freshly baked gingerbread and peppermint filled the air. Mrs. Claus stood behind the reception desk, her rosy cheeks dimpling as she smiled at Blair. "Good morning, dear," she called out cheerfully. "I hope you slept well." Blair nodded, surprised to find she meant it. "Like a log, actually. I can't remember the last time I slept so soundly." Mrs. Claus's eyes twinkled knowingly. Sugar Hollow has that effect on people. "Now, how about some breakfast? I've got a peppermint mocha here with your name on it." Blair opened her mouth to ask for her usual black coffee, then paused. Why not embrace the sweetness just this once? "That sounds perfect, thank you." As she sipped the creamy minty concoction, Blair heard the jingle of the door opening. She turned to see Nick entering, snowflakes clinging to his tousled hair and his cheeks flushed from the cold. His face lit up when he saw her, and Blair felt an unexpected flutter in her stomach. "Morning, Blair," Nick said, his smile warm enough to melt the marshmallow snow outside. "I was hoping to catch you. What do you say to another tour of Sugar Hollow? I promise to show you some of our more hidden magical spots this time." Blair found herself nodding before she'd even consciously decided. "Sure, why not? I could use some fresh air." As they stepped outside, Blair noticed something odd about the candy cane pathway. With each step she took, the peppermint stripes seemed to shift in a line, creating a smooth, even surface beneath her feet. "Nick," she said, pointing down, "is it just me, or is the path adjusting to my steps?" Nick's grin widened. "Well, would you look at that? The town likes you, Blair. It's not often Sugar Hollow takes to someone so quickly." Blair felt a warmth spread through her chest at his words, though she tried to brush it off. "I'm sure it does this for everyone," she said, but there was no real bite to her words. Their first stop was a clearing just off the main path, hidden behind a curtain of shimmering icicles. As they pushed through, Blair gasped at the sight before her. Dozens of Christmas ornaments, each one glowing with an inner light, were floating in the air, twirling and spinning in an intricate aerial dance. "Are those sentient?" Blair asked, her voice hushed with awe. Nick nodded. "They're practicing for the big Christmas Eve celebration. Each year, they put on a spectacular show." As they watched, a small, ruby-red bauble broke away from the group and floated towards Blair. It bobbed in front of her face, almost as if it were inviting her to join. "Go on," Nick encouraged, giving her a gentle push. "They love new dance partners." Blair hesitated for a moment, her old self screaming that this was ridiculous, that CEOs didn't dance with Christmas ornaments. But then she looked at Nick's encouraging smile and thought, "What the hell?" She reached out and took hold of the ornament's delicate golden string. Immediately, she felt herself being lifted slightly off the ground, twirling in sync with the bauble's movements. Blair let out a surprised laugh as she spun, feeling lighter than air and for the first time in years, completely free. After what felt like both an eternity and no time at all, Blair's feet touched back down on the ground. She was breathless and giddy, her cheeks flushed with exertion and joy. "That was—" she started, then shook her head, unable to find the words. Nick's eyes were soft as he looked at her. "Magical?" Blair nodded, not trusting herself to speak. Their next stop was a cozy workshop nestled between two giant candy canes. Inside, dozens of elves bustled about, crafting what appeared to be personalized gifts. "This is where we make special presents," Nick explained. "Gifts that speak to the recipient's heart's desire." As they watched, a small elf with spectacles perched on his pointed nose approached them. He held out a tiny gift-wrapped package to Blair. "For you," he said with a wink. "Just what you need." Before Blair could thank him, the elf had disappeared back into the crowd. She looked at Nick, who shrugged. "Their magic works best when it's not directly observed. Go on, open it." With slightly trembling fingers, Blair unwrapped the gift. Inside was a delicate snow globe, no bigger than the palm of her hand. As she peered closer, she gasped. The scene inside was an exact replica of her office back in New York, down to the last detail. "It's perfect," she breathed, marveling at the tiny leather chair and the miniature skyline visible through the window. "Give it a shake," Nick suggested. Blair did as he said, and watched in amazement as the scene inside transformed. The stark, modern office melted away, replaced by a cozy living room. A Christmas tree twinkled in the corner, stockings hung from a fireplace, and she could almost smell the aroma of cinnamon and pine. Blair started, then stopped. She was learning that in Sugar Hollow, how wasn't always the right question to ask. As they continued their tour, Blair found herself walking closer to Nick, their hands occasionally brushing. Each time it happened, She felt a jolt of electricity run through her, and she could have sworn the marshmallow snowflakes fell a little faster. Finally, they reached a hilltop overlooking all of Sugar Hollow. The view was breathtaking. The gingerbread houses looked like a patchwork quilt of brown and white, the chocolate river winding its way through the center of town like a ribbon. In the distance, the candy cane forest stretched as far as the eye could see, and beyond that, the majestic chocolate volcano loomed, occasionally puffing out clouds of cocoa powder. Blair took it all in, feeling a sense of wonder she hadn't experienced since childhood. She turned to Nick, a soft smile playing on her lips. "It's beautiful," she said simply. Nick's eyes were fixed on her face, not the view. "Yes, it is," he agreed softly. Blair felt her cheeks warm, and not from the cold. She was suddenly very aware of how close they were standing, of the warmth radiating from Nick's body. "Nick," she started, not sure what she was going to say, but feeling like she needed to say something. But before she could continue, a loud crack echoed through the air, followed by a rumbling sound. Blair and Nick both turned towards the noise, their eyes widening in shock. The chocolate volcano, which had been peacefully puffing away moments before, was now violently erupting. Great gobs of molten chocolate were flying into the air, and a river of the stuff was rapidly flowing down its sides, heading straight for the town. "Oh no," Nick breathed, his face pale. "We need to get back, now." As they raced down the hill, Blair clutching her snow globe tightly, she couldn't help but think that maybe she'd embraced the magic of Sugar Hollow a little too soon, because right now, that magic looked like it was about to destroy everything in its path. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Blair's heart pounded in her chest as she and Nick raced down the hillside, their feet kicking up clouds of powdered sugar snow. The peaceful moment they'd shared just minutes ago felt like a distant dream, replaced by the urgent reality of the chocolate disaster unfolding before them. As they reached the outskirts of Sugar Hollow, chaos greeted them. Gingerbread people scurried about in panic, their cookie limbs flailing wildly. Elves, usually so organized and efficient, darted back and forth, trying to coordinate a response. Many snowmen, caught in the rising heat, began to melt, their carrot noses drooping sadly. Nick's voice rang out, cutting through the pandemonium. "Everyone, listen up," he shouted, his tone filled with an authority Blair hadn't heard before. "We need to evacuate to higher ground, head towards Candy Cane Mountain." Blair watched as the mayor's words had an immediate effect. The panic subsided slightly as the townspeople began to move with more purpose. She found herself impressed by Nick's leadership, a quality she hadn't expected from the laid-back mayor. Suddenly, Blair felt a tug on her sleeve. She looked down to see a group of gingerbread children, their frosting eyes wide with fear. Without thinking, she scooped up the smallest one and gestured for the others to follow her. "This way, kids," she said, surprised by the gentleness in her own voice. "Let's get you somewhere safe." As Blair guided the children towards higher ground, she heard a sizzling sound behind her. Turning, she saw the first wave of molten chocolate reaching the town's edge. It flowed like lava, melting through candy cane fences and lapping at the foundations of the nearest gingerbread houses. Nick appeared at her side, his face etched with worry. "We need to channel the flow away from the town," he said, his eyes meeting hers. "Any ideas?" Blair felt a familiar surge of adrenaline, the same rush she got when tackling a difficult business problem. Her eyes scanned the area, taking in the layout of the town, searching for a solution. Suddenly, she remembered the frozen sugar crystal pond they had skated on earlier that day. "The pond," she said, pointing. "If we can create a channel to divert the chocolate flow into the pond, it might cool and contain it." Nick's face lit up, hope replacing worry in his eyes. "Brilliant," he exclaimed. Without hesitation, he turned to the gathering crowd of elves and sturdier gingerbread men. "Everyone, grab a candy cane. We need to dig a channel, and fast." Blair watched in amazement as the Sugar Hollow residents sprang into action. Giant candy canes were uprooted and used as makeshift shovels, carving a path through the powdered sugar snow towards the pond. As she observed the frantic activity, Blair felt a warmth in her hand. Looking down, she realized she was still clutching the snow globe she'd received earlier. To her surprise, it was glowing faintly. Acting on instinct, she gave it a shake. The effect was immediate and startling. The tools in the workers' hands seemed to move faster, more efficiently. Elves and gingerbread men alike found new strength. Their efforts redoubled. Blair blinked, wondering if she was imagining things. "Keep going," Nick encouraged, his voice carrying over the sound of canes scraping through sugar. "We're almost there." Blair joined in, using a broken piece of candy cane to help widen the channel. Her designer outfit was soon covered in a mix of sugar and chocolate. But for once, she didn't care. All that mattered was saving Sugar Hollow. Just as the main flow of chocolate reached the newly dug channel, the last connection to the pond was made. Everyone held their breath, watching anxiously as the molten confection approached the diversion. For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed as though the chocolate would overflow the channel. But then, slowly at first, and then with gathering speed, it began to flow along the new path. A collective sigh of relief went up from the gathered crowd. As the chocolate hit the frozen surface of the sugar crystal pond, an extraordinary transformation took place. The molten liquid began to cool and solidify, creating bizarre and beautiful formations. Chocolate stalagmites rose from the pond's surface, while delicate chocolate icicles formed along the edges. A cheer went up from the Sugar Hollow residents as they realized the immediate danger had passed. Blair found herself joining in, caught up in the moment of triumph and relief. She turned to find Nick already looking at her, his face a mix of exhaustion and admiration. "That was incredible," he said, shaking his head in disbelief. "I don't know how to thank you." Blair felt a warmth spreading through her chest that had nothing to do with the recent exertion. "I think we make a pretty good team," she said, surprising herself with the admission. Nick's smile widened. "We certainly do," he agreed. Then, glancing around at the chocolate-covered landscape, he added with a chuckle, "Though I think we might have created more work for ourselves in the long run." Blair followed his gaze, taking in the surreal scene. The town of Sugar Hollow, usually so pristine and perfect, was now a mess of melted candy and chocolate splatters. Gingerbread people were emerging from their hiding spots, looking dazed and slightly singed. Elves were already starting to organize cleanup crews, their efficiency apparently unhampered by the recent crisis. "I suppose we should start cleaning up," Blair said, though the thought of more manual labor made her muscles ache in protest. Nick shook his head. "Not yet," he said, his voice gentle. "First, we celebrate. It's the Sugar Hollow way." As if on cue, music began to play from somewhere in the town square. The sound of tinkling bells and sweet melodies filled the air, and the residents of Sugar Hollow began to gather, their faces alight with joy and relief. Blair watched in amazement as impromptu dancing broke out. Gingerbread men twirled gingerbread women, their cookie legs moving in perfect rhythm. Elves joined hands and formed a circle, their bell-top shoes jingling merrily. Even the many snowmen, somewhat misshapen from their partial melting, bobbed along to the beat. "Come on," Nick said, holding out his hand to Blair. "You've earned this." Blair hesitated for a moment, her ingrained business instincts telling her to focus on the work ahead. But as she looked at Nick's outstretched hand, his eyes twinkling with invitation, she felt something shift inside her. With a smile, she took his hand and allowed him to lead her into the celebration. The truth about staying. Blair's eyes fluttered open, the sweet scent of gingerbread tickling her nose. For a moment she lay still, her mind struggling to reconcile the events of the previous day. The chocolate volcano, the frantic race to save Sugar Hollow, the impromptu celebration that had followed. It all seemed like a sugar-coated fever dream. She sat up, wincing as her muscles protested. Apparently, saving a magical town from destruction was quite the workout. Her gaze fell on the snow globe perched on her nightstand, and she frowned. The glow that had pulsed so brightly yesterday had dimmed, leaving the miniature winter scene looking almost ordinary. "Guess the magic's wearing off," Blair muttered, reaching for the globe. As her fingers brushed its cool surface, she felt a faint tingle like static electricity. She jerked her hand back, eyeing the seemingly innocent object with suspicion. The sound of laughter and excited chatter drifted up from downstairs, reminding Blair that she wasn't alone in this candy-coated wonderland. With a sigh, she swung her legs out of bed and padded to the bathroom, determined to make herself look as put together as possible in a town where fashion seemed to revolve around candy canes and gingerbread. 20 minutes later, Blair descended the stairs of the Gingerbread Inn, her hair neatly coiffed and her clothes as pressed as she could manage without an iron. The common room was buzzing with activity. Elves and gingerbread folk alike gathered in excited clusters. "Did you see the chocolate sculptures? I heard they're already calling it Cocoa Cove. To think we almost lost everything." Blair tried to slip through the crowd unnoticed, but it seemed her role in yesterday's crisis hadn't gone unnoticed. Tiny gingerbread children scampered up to her, their frosting smiles wide with admiration. An elf tipped his pointy hat to her, his bell-tipped shoes jingling as he bowed. "Well, if it isn't our hero of the hour," Mrs. Claus's warm voice cut through the chatter. The plump, rosy-cheeked woman bustled over, enveloping Blair in a hug that smelled of cinnamon and nutmeg. "My dear, you were simply marvelous yesterday. Quick thinking and quicker action. That's what saved our little Sugar Hollow." Blair felt her cheeks warm at the praise. "I just did what anyone would do," she mumbled, uncomfortable with the attention. Mrs. Claus chuckled, her eyes twinkling. "Oh, I think you did quite a bit more than that, dearie. Now how about some breakfast? I've whipped up a batch of my famous gingerbread pancakes. They'll put some pep in your step." Before Blair could protest, she found herself ushered to a cozy table near the fireplace. A steaming plate of pancakes placed before her. The scent alone was enough to make her mouth water, and she realized she was ravenous. As she tucked into her breakfast, Blair found her mind wandering. The warmth she felt from the inn's residents, the pride that had surged through her when Mrs. Claus praised her actions. It was all so foreign. In her corporate world, praise was rare and often came with strings attached. Here, it seemed genuine, freely given. The inn's door swung open, letting in a gust of powdered sugar snow and the town's mayor. Nick looked tired, dark circles under his eyes, but his smile was as warm as ever as he spotted Blair. "Good morning," he said, sliding into the chair across from her. "I hope you slept well after all the excitement." Blair nodded, swallowing a mouthful of pancake. "Like a log, actually, though I'm feeling it this morning." She rolled her shoulder, wincing slightly. Nick's eyes crinkled with sympathy. "Saving a town is hard work, but you were incredible out there, Blair. I don't know what we would have done without you." There it was again, that warm feeling in her chest. Blair busied herself with her pancakes, unsure how to respond. "Listen," Nick continued, his tone growing more serious. "I was hoping you might join me for a walk this morning. We need to assess the damage from yesterday and, well, there are some things I think we should discuss." Blair met his gaze, noting the hint of apprehension in his eyes. "All right," she agreed, curiosity piqued. "Just let me finish these pancakes. They're too good to waste." Nick's smile returned, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Take your time, I'll wait for you outside." As Blair finished her breakfast, she couldn't shake the feeling that something significant was about to happen. She glanced at the snow globe, still sitting on the mantel where Mrs. Claus had placed it, its glow barely visible in the morning light. Outside, Sugar Hollow was a hive of activity. Gingerbread people scurried about with tiny brooms, sweeping up stray chocolate chips and broken candy canes. Elves worked in teams, using candy cane hooks to hang new strands of twinkling lights where the old ones had melted. "It's amazing," Blair mused, as she and Nick strolled down the main street. Yesterday, it looked like a disaster zone. Now, it's almost back to normal. Nick nodded, pride evident in his voice. "That's Sugar Hollow for you. We may be made of sweets, but we're tougher than we look." As they walked, Blair found herself paying closer attention to the town and its residents. The way the gingerbread folks' eyes sparkled with real joy, how the elves' bell-tipped shoes created a constant merry tinkling. It all seemed more vibrant, more real than it had when she'd first arrived. They reached the edge of town, where the sugar crystal pond stretched out before them. Blair gasped. The once pristine frozen surface was now a wonderland of chocolate sculptures. Delicate spires reached towards the cotton candy clouds, while swirling patterns etched the ice like the world's most delicious art installation. "We're calling it Cocoa Cove," Nick said, a hint of awe in his voice. Who knew a near disaster could create something so beautiful? Blair nodded, mesmerized by the intricate formations. A group of young elves skated by, their laughter echoing across the chocolate-coated ice. Nick cleared his throat, drawing Blair's attention back to him. His expression had grown serious again, a stark contrast to the joyful scene around them. "Blair," he began, his voice low, "there's something I need to tell you about why you're here in Sugar Hollow." Blair felt her guard go up instinctively. "What do you mean? I got here by accident, didn't I? That snow globe—" Nick shook his head, cutting her off gently. "It wasn't an accident, Blair. Sugar Hollow, it's been fading. Our magic has been growing weaker for years now. We needed someone who had lost their belief in magic, to help restore it." Blair stared at him, her mind reeling. "What are you saying? That I was brought here on purpose?" Nick nodded, his expression a mix of guilt and hope. "The snow globe chose you, Blair. Sugar Hollow needed you. Blair took a step back, her thoughts whirling. So what? I'm some kind of magical battery, here to recharge your candy-coated world? It's not like that, Nick said quickly, reaching out to her. Blair flinched away, and he let his hand drop. Your growing belief, your actions during the crisis, they've already started to strengthen our magic. But it's not just about us using you. Sugar Hollow has been changing you too, hasn't it? Blair wanted to deny it, to cling to her skepticism and cynicism. But she couldn't ignore the warmth she'd felt this morning, the pride in her actions, the growing attachment to this impossible place. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She demanded, her voice cracking slightly. Nick's shoulders slumped. We couldn't. The magic, it had to happen naturally. If we'd told you from the start, you never would have believed, never would have opened your heart to the possibility. Blair wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly feeling very small in this vast, magical landscape. So what happens now? Do I just stay here forever, keeping your town alive? Nick shook his head. No, Blair, we'd never force you to stay, but I am asking you to consider it, at least for a little while longer. Sugar Hollow needs time to fully recover, and he paused, meeting her eyes. I think maybe you do too. Blair stood silent, her gaze drifting back to Cocoa Cove. She watched as a young gingerbread girl attempted a twirl on the ice, giggling as she wobbled. An elf skated over, offering a steadying hand and an encouraging smile. In that moment, Blair felt torn between two worlds. The corporate ladder she'd been climbing for so long suddenly seemed cold and distant compared to the warmth of Sugar Hollow. But could she really abandon everything she'd worked for? For a town made of candy and impossible things? I need time to think, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Nick nodded, relief evident in his posture. Of course. Take all the time you need. Sugar Hollow isn't going anywhere. He paused, a small smile tugging at his lips. Well, as long as we don't have any more chocolate volcano eruptions. Despite herself, Blair felt a smile threatening to break through. She shook her head, marveling at the absurdity of her situation. I never thought I'd have to consider career opportunities in a magical candy land, she muttered. Nick chuckled. Life has a way of surprising us, doesn't it? Even when we think we've got it all figured out. As they turned to head back into town, Blair cast one last glance at Cocoa Cove. The chocolate formations glinted in the sunlight, a reminder of both the danger they'd faced and the beauty that had come from it. She thought of her snow globe sitting on the mantel at the Gingerbread Inn. Its glow may have dimmed, but perhaps that was because some of its magic had transferred to her. Blair Winters, the hard-nosed CEO believing in magic. What a thought. As they walked back through Sugar Hollow, Blair found herself noticing things she'd overlooked before. The way the cookie trees seemed to lean towards passers-by, offering shade and the occasional chocolate chip. How the candy cane lampposts hummed with a soft, comforting glow. The genuine warmth in the smiles of every resident they passed. She realized with a start that she was seeing Sugar Hollow through new eyes. Not as a cynical outsider, but as someone who was beginning to understand and perhaps even believe in its magic. Nick walked beside her in companionable silence, seeming to understand her need to process everything he'd revealed. As they neared the town square, he finally spoke again. You know, Blair, he said softly, Believing in magic doesn't mean giving up who you are. It's about opening yourself up to new possibilities. Blair glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. Even if those possibilities involve sentient gingerbread and chocolate volcanoes? Nick grinned, especially then. As they reached the gingerbread inn, Blair paused, her hand on the doorknob. "Nick," she said, turning to face him, "I can't promise anything, but I'll think about what you've said. Really think about it." The relief and hope in Nick's eyes were almost palpable. "That's all I can ask," he said. "And Blair, thank you for everything you've done for Sugar Hollow already." Blair nodded, a small smile tugging at her lips. As she watched Nick walk away, his boots leaving imprints in the powdered sugar snow, she felt a strange mix of emotions swirling inside her. Confusion, certainly, a lingering sense of betrayal at having been kept in the dark, but also excitement, wonder. She shook her head, marveling at how much had changed in such a short time. A week ago, her biggest concern had been closing deals and climbing the corporate ladder. Now, she was contemplating the fate of a magical town that shouldn't even exist. As Blair pushed open the door to the gingerbread inn, the warm scent of cinnamon and sugar enveloped her. Mrs. Claus looked up from behind the counter, her eyes twinkling. "Welcome back, dearie," she said warmly. "You look like you could use a cup of hot cocoa and a friendly ear. Care to join me?" Blair hesitated for a moment, her old instincts urging her to retreat to her room and analyze the situation alone. But something, perhaps the magic of Sugar Hollow, or perhaps just her own growing desire for connection, made her nod. "You know what, Mrs. Claus? I'd like that very much." As she settled into a cozy armchair by the fire, a steaming mug of cocoa in her hands, Blair Winters realized that for the first time in a very long time, she was exactly where she needed to be. The future was uncertain, full of difficult choices and magical possibilities. But for now, in this moment, she was content to simply be present in the warmth of the gingerbread inn, surrounded by the sweet magic of Sugar Hollow. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Blair settled into the plush armchair, cradling the steaming mug of hot cocoa between her palms. The warmth seeped through her hands, a stark contrast to the chill of indecision that had taken root in her chest. Mrs. Claus eased into the chair across from her, her eyes twinkling with a mix of kindness and knowing that made Blair feel both comforted and slightly unnerved. "So, dearie," Mrs. Claus began, her voice as warm as the cocoa, "I imagine you've got quite a bit on your mind after all that's happened." Blair took a sip of her cocoa, buying herself a moment before she had to respond. The rich, velvety chocolate coated her tongue, carrying with it a hint of peppermint that reminded her of Nick. She swallowed hard, pushing away the thought of his earnest green eyes. "That's an understatement," Blair finally replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Mrs. Claus leaned forward slightly, her expression open and inviting. "Perhaps it might help to talk about it. Sometimes speaking our thoughts aloud can bring clarity." Blair hesitated, her fingers tightening around the mug. She was used to keeping her thoughts to herself, to presenting a polished, controlled exterior to the world. But here, in this cozy corner of the gingerbread inn, with the scent of cinnamon and sugar in the air and Mrs. Claus's gentle presence across from her, Blair felt her walls begin to crumble. I don't know where to start," she admitted, surprising herself with her honesty. "Why don't you start with what's weighing on you the most?" Mrs. Claus suggested gently. Blair took a deep breath, feeling the words bubble up inside her. It's just, if I stay here in Sugar Hollow, what happens to my life back home? My company, my colleagues, my appointments? The questions tumbled out, each one carrying the weight of a life she'd spent years building. I have meetings scheduled, deals in progress. There are people counting on me. As she spoke, a realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. Wait a minute, Blair said, her brow furrowing. How long have I been here? Days? Weeks? Shouldn't people be looking for me by now? Mrs. Claus smiled softly. Time works differently here, dear. In your world, hardly any time has passed at all. Blair blinked, trying to wrap her head around this new piece of information. So, if I went back right now, you'd return to the very moment you left, Mrs. Claus finished for her. The relief Blair felt at this news was quickly overshadowed by a new concern. But if I stay, what then? Do I just disappear? Will anyone remember me? The thought sent a chill through her that had nothing to do with the magical snow outside. Blair had spent her entire adult life building her reputation, her legacy. The idea that it could all simply vanish was terrifying. What about WinterTech? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I've poured my heart and soul into that company. If I'm not there, she trailed off, imagining board meetings without her, decisions being made that she had no say in. It felt like watching her child grow up from afar, unable to guide or protect it. Mrs. Claus listened patiently, her eyes full of understanding. The magic of Sugar Hollow is powerful, Blair. It ensures that no chaos is left in its wake. Your company, your colleagues, they would carry on believing that things had always been that way. Blair felt a pang in her chest at the thought. To be forgotten, to have her life's work continue without her. It was a bittersweet notion. On one hand, it was a relief to know that her absence wouldn't cause upheaval. On the other, the idea of being erased from the memories of those she'd worked with for years was deeply unsettling. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Blair noticed a faint glow coming from her pocket. She reached in and pulled out the snow globe, its light pulsing gently in time with her racing heart. What's happening? She asked, holding up the globe. Mrs. Claus smiled softly. The snow globe is connected to you now, dear. It's responding to your emotions, your inner struggle. Blair stared at the glowing orb, watching the glitter swirl inside it. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, and terrifying. This tiny object held so much power, so much potential to change her life completely. I don't know if I'm ready for this, Blair admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. To let go of everything I've known, everything I've worked for, it's asking a lot. She looked up at Mrs. Claus, her eyes shining with unshed tears. My whole life, I've defined myself by my work, by my success. If I stay here, who am I? What purpose do I serve? Mrs. Claus reached out, placing a warm hand over Blair's. Oh, my dear, you are so much more than your job title. Here in Sugar Hollow, you have the chance to discover parts of yourself you may have forgotten or never knew existed. Blair let out a shaky breath. But what if I'm not cut out for this magic and whimsy? What if I can't adapt? From what I've seen, Mrs. Claus said with a twinkle in her eye, you're more adaptable than you give yourself credit for. You've already faced a chocolate volcano, dear. I'd say that's quite an accomplishment for someone who claims not to believe in magic. Despite herself, Blair felt a small smile tugging at her lips. She had to admit, Mrs. Claus had a point. A week ago, she would have scoffed at the idea of magical snow globes and edible buildings. Now, here she was, seriously contemplating a life surrounded by them. "I suppose," Blair began slowly, "there is something freeing about the idea of staying here. No more endless meetings, no more cutthroat negotiations." She trailed off, realizing how much of her life had been consumed by stress and pressure. Mrs. Claus nodded encouragingly. "Sugar Hollow has a way of helping people find what truly makes them happy. Sometimes it's not what we initially think it is." Blair's mind drifted to the past few days. The exhilaration of saving the town from the chocolate volcano, the simple joy of decorating cookies with the townspeople, the warmth she felt when Nick smiled at her. "I've spent so long chasing success," Blair mused, more to herself than to Mrs. Claus. Always the next deal, the next promotion, the next milestone. But here, success seems to mean something different. Mrs. Claus squeezed her hand gently. "And what do you think it means here, dear?" Blair paused, considering. "Connection," she said finally. "Joy. Being part of something magical." As the words left her mouth, Blair felt a shift inside her, as if something long dormant was finally awakening. The snow globe in her hand glowed a little brighter, its warmth spreading through her palm and up her arm. "I think," Blair said slowly, her voice growing stronger with each word, "I'm starting to understand why I was brought here, why Sugar Hollow chose me." Mrs. Claus beamed at her. "And why is that, dear?" Blair looked around the cozy inn, taking in the twinkling lights, the scent of freshly baked cookies, the soft sound of carols playing in the background. Then she glanced down at the snow globe, its glow now steady and warm. "Because I needed to remember what it feels like to believe in something bigger than myself," Blair said softly. "To be part of a community, to find joy in the little things." She took a deep breath, feeling lighter than she had in years. "I'm not saying I'm ready to make a decision right this second," Blair clarified, meeting Mrs. Claus's kind gaze. "But I think I'm open to the possibility of a new kind of life, a life here in Sugar Hollow." Mrs. Claus nodded, her smile warm and understanding. "That's all anyone can ask, dear, to be open to possibilities." As Blair sat there, sipping her cocoa and chatting with Mrs. Claus, she felt a sense of peace settle over her. The weight of her decision still loomed, but it no longer felt like a burden. Instead, it felt like an opportunity, a chance to redefine herself, to discover a new kind of happiness. The snow globe in her hand continued to glow softly, a constant reminder of the magic that had brought her to this moment. And as the evening wore on, Blair found herself looking forward to what tomorrow might bring in this whimsical, wonderful town called Sugar Hollow. The chocolate volcano erupts. Blair awoke to the sound of cracking and crumbling, her eyes snapping open in alarm. For a moment, she thought she was back in her penthouse. The noise, nothing more than a construction crew starting their day too early. But as the sugary scent of gingerbread wafted through her room, reality came crashing back. She was still in Sugar Hollow. Blair rushed to the window, her heart pounding. Outside, a scene of chaos unfolded. Gingerbread houses were slowly collapsing, their frosted roofs sliding off and their candy decorations tumbling to the ground. Tiny gingerbread people scurried about, their cookie arms waving in panic. "What in the name of corporate mergers is going on?" Blair muttered, quickly pulling on her clothes. As she hurried outside, Blair noticed the ground beneath her feet was soft and unstable. The once solid candy cane paths were melting into sticky, peppermint-scented puddles. She narrowly avoided stepping into one, grimacing at the thought of ruining her designer shoes. Blair, Nick's voice cut through the commotion. She turned to see him jogging towards her, his usual charming smile replaced by a worried frown. "Thank goodness you're awake. We've got a situation." "I can see that," Blair replied dryly, gesturing to the crumbling gingerbread house behind him. "What's happening?" Nick ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Blair had come to recognize as a sign of his distress. "It's the foundation of Sugar Hollow. The entire town is built on a massive cookie base, and it's starting to crumble and melt." Blair blinked, trying to process this information. "A cookie base? Of course it is," she muttered. "Because why wouldn't an entire town be built on a giant cookie?" Around them, the panic was spreading. Residents were rushing out of their homes and businesses, watching in horror as structures started to sink into the softening ground. A group of elves were trying to prop up a tilting lamppost made of candy canes, while a family of snowmen frantically scooped up their melting lawn. "We need to do something," Nick said, his voice urgent. "We need to gather everyone and come up with a plan." Blair nodded, her CEO instincts kicking in. "Town Square," she said decisively. "It's central and seems to be holding up better than the rest. We'll have a town meeting there." Nick looked at her with a mix of surprise and admiration. "Good thinking. I'll start spreading the word." As Nick hurried off to alert the townspeople, Blair made her way to the town square. She couldn't help but notice how the ground seemed to shift and soften with each step she took. It was as if the very earth beneath her feet was uncertain, mirroring the conflict she felt inside. Within minutes, the square was filled with Sugar Hollow's residents. Gingerbread people stood shoulder to shoulder with elves, while snowmen huddled in the shade to avoid melting. The air was thick with worry and the sickly sweet smell of dissolving sweets. Blair and Nick stood at the center, trying to maintain calm. "Everyone, please," Nick called out, his voice carrying across the square. "We know you're all scared, but we need to work together to find a solution." "What's happening to our homes?" a gingerbread woman cried out, her gumdrop buttons quivering. "Is Sugar Hollow dying?" a small elf boy asked, his eyes wide with fear. Before Nick could respond, Mrs. Claus stepped forward, her usual warmth tempered by concern. "I'm afraid the town's magic is weakening," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "It's causing the structural integrity of Sugar Hollow to fail." As she spoke, Mrs. Claus's eyes flicked to Blair, a meaningful glance that didn't go unnoticed. Blair felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if her presence, her indecision, was somehow connected to the town's plight. "But there must be something we can do," Blair said, pushing aside her doubts. She looked around the square, her mind racing. "What we need is a support system, something to prop up the buildings and stabilize the ground." Nick nodded encouragingly. "That's a great start. Any ideas on what we could use?" Blair's eyes landed on a cluster of candy canes near the edge of the square. "Those," she said, pointing. "Candy canes. They're sturdy and plentiful. We could create a system of support beams to prop up the most vulnerable buildings." A murmur of approval rippled through the crowd. Nick's face lit up with hope. "That's brilliant, Blair. We can start right away." As the townspeople dispersed to begin implementing Blair's plan, she felt a warm glow of satisfaction. It was the same feeling she got after closing a big deal or solving a complex business problem. But this was different, more personal, more meaningful. Blair reached into her pocket, her fingers closing around the snow globe. She pulled it out, noticing that it was glowing faintly, its light pulsing erratically. It seemed to reflect her own inner turmoil, the conflict between her growing love for Sugar Hollow and her lingering attachment to her old life. As she stared at the globe, a loud rumbling sound filled the air. Blair looked up to see the chocolate volcano in the distance, its peak wobbling dangerously. "Nick," she called out, pointing towards the volcano. "Look!" Nick's face paled as he saw the tilting mountain. "The volcano," he said, his voice tight with worry. "It's still unstable from the recent eruption. If it collapses, it could destroy half the town," Blair finished, her mind already racing with possibilities. "We need to reinforce its base. Now." Without waiting for a response, Blair took off towards the volcano, Nick close on her heels. As they approached, they could see the ground around the base of the volcano was particularly soft, the chocolate earth mixing with the melting cookie foundation. "We need more candy canes," Blair called out to the group of elves and gingerbread people who had followed them, "and something to secure them in place. Licorice ropes, maybe?" As they worked to reinforce the volcano's base, Blair couldn't shake the feeling that their efforts were having little effect. The more supports they added, the more the ground seemed to soften. It was as if the very act of trying to save the town was somehow making things worse. Blair stepped back, wiping a smear of melted chocolate from her forehead. She watched as Nick directed a group of snowmen to pack snow around the base of the supports, hoping to cool and harden the ground. But even as they worked, she could see the snow beginning to melt. Frustration welled up inside her. Why wasn't this working? She was Blair Winters, for crying out loud. She solved impossible problems for a living. So why couldn't she fix this? As the thought crossed her mind, Blair noticed the ground beneath her feet soften even further. She stumbled, catching herself on a nearby candy cane support. And suddenly, it hit her. Every time she doubted herself, every time she thought about leaving or questioned her place in Sugar Hollow, the ground seemed to react. It was as if her internal conflict was manifesting in the physical world around her. Blair's eyes widened as understanding dawned. She turned to Nick, who was busy directing another group of workers. "Nick," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. He turned to her, concern etched on his face. "What is it, Blair? Are you okay?" She shook her head, still processing her realization. "It's me," Blair said, her voice growing stronger as she spoke. "My indecision, my internal conflict. It's affecting the town's magic. I have to make a choice, stay or leave, and I have to make it fast. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." Blair's heart raced as she watched the townspeople scurry about, their colorful forms a blur of motion against the softening landscape of Sugar Hollow. The air was thick with the scent of melting chocolate and the tang of peppermint as they worked to implement her candy cane support beam plan. "We need more support on the east side," she called out, her CEO instincts kicking in as she directed the efforts. "And someone check on the gingerbread school. Those kids are our future sugar cookies." Nick appeared at her side, his face smeared with what looked suspiciously like frosting. "You're a natural at this, Blair," he said, a hint of admiration in his voice. "Who knew your corporate takeover skills would translate so well to saving a magical town?" Blair rolled her eyes, but couldn't quite suppress the smile tugging at her lips. "Less sweet-talking, more candy cane hauling, Mr. Mayor," she retorted, giving him a playful shove. As Blair's determination grew, she felt a warmth in her pocket. Pulling out the snow globe, she noticed its glow had intensified, pulsing in sync with her own quickened heartbeat. The sight of it filled her with a strange sense of purpose. "Hey, Nick," she called out, holding up the globe. "Is it just me, or is this thing getting brighter?" Nick's eyes widened as he took in the glowing orb. "Well, would you look at that," he murmured. "Blair, I think your commitment to saving Sugar Hollow is strengthening its magic." As if to confirm his words, the candy cane support beams they'd just installed seemed to shimmer and grow more solid. Blair watched in awe as hairline fractures in the structure sealed themselves, the candy stripes gleaming with renewed vigor. "It's working," she exclaimed, a rare burst of unbridled joy escaping her usually composed demeanor. "Quick, let's get to the chocolate volcano before it decides to give us another hot cocoa shower." They raced towards the tilting confectionery mountain, the snow globe's light growing brighter with each step Blair took. As they approached, she could see the volcano's precarious lean, its chocolatey peak wobbling like a tipsy dessert. "All right, people," Blair called out to the gathered workers, her voice ringing with authority. "Let's prop this puppy up before we all end up as chocolate-covered disasters." With renewed energy, the team set to work. Blair directed the placement of the largest candy canes at strategic points around the volcano's base, while Nick organized a group of industrious elves to weave licorice ropes between the supports for added stability. As the final support beam slid into place, Blair felt a surge of something warm and unfamiliar coursing through her. The snow globe in her hand blazed with light, and for a moment, the entire town seemed to glow with a soft, magical radiance. The ground beneath their feet solidified, the buildings stopped their ominous creaking, and the chocolate volcano settled back into its proper, majestic stance. A collective sigh of relief rippled through the gathered crowd, followed by a cheer that seemed to make the very air sparkle. Blair found herself swept up in a group hug, surrounded by grateful gingerbread people, elves, and even a few sentient marshmallows. For once, she didn't mind the sticky sweetness pressed against her designer outfit. As the celebratory mood settled, Blair noticed the snow globe's glow beginning to fluctuate, dimming and brightening in an uneven rhythm. A knot of unease formed in her stomach, a stark contrast to the joy surrounding her. Nick appeared at her side, his face a mix of pride and concern. "Blair, what you did today was incredible," he said softly. "You saved Sugar Hollow." Blair shook her head, her eyes still fixed on the erratically glowing globe. "I don't think we're out of the woods yet, Nick," she murmured. "Or should I say, out of the candy forest?" Before Nick could respond, a familiar voice cut through the celebratory chatter. "Well done, my dears," Mrs. Claus said, approaching them with a tray of her famous gingerbread cookies. "But I'm afraid our troubles aren't quite over." Blair's CEO mask slipped back into place as she turned to face the kindly innkeeper. "What do you mean, Mrs. Claus? We've stabilized the town, haven't we?" Mrs. Claus nodded sagely, her eyes twinkling with a mix of wisdom and concern. "You've bought us time, dear, and that's no small feat. But the candy cane supports are just that. Supports. They're not addressing the real issue." Nick's brow furrowed as he took a cookie from the tray. "The weakening of Sugar Hollow's magical foundation," he said, realization dawning on his face. "Precisely," Mrs. Claus confirmed. "The town's magic is tied to the belief and joy of those who live here and those who visit," she added, giving Blair a meaningful look. As if on cue, Blair heard a faint cracking sound. Looking around, She noticed hairline fractures beginning to form in some of the candy cane supports they'd just installed. Her heart sank as she realized their solution was already starting to deteriorate. "But we just fixed everything," Blair protested, her usual confidence wavering. "How can it be falling apart already?" Mrs. Claus placed a comforting hand on Blair's arm. "Magic is a tricky thing, my dear. It responds to emotions, to belief, to commitment. Your quick thinking and leadership saved us today, but it's not enough for the long term," Blair finished, understanding dawning on her face. Before they could discuss further, a group of concerned citizens approached, led by a particularly worried-looking gingerbread man whose gumdrop buttons were quivering with anxiety. "Mayor Garland, Miss Winters," the gingerbread man began, wringing his cookie hands. "We're all very grateful for what you've done, but what's the long-term plan? How do we save our homes and businesses?" Blair felt the weight of expectation settle on her shoulders like a heavy coat of frosting. She looked around at the faces of the Sugar Hollow residents, gingerbread people, elves, sentient candies, all looking to her for answers. In that moment, she understood with crystal clarity that her personal decision about staying or leaving was intrinsically tied to Sugar Hollow's fate. We're working on it," Blair stammered, feeling uncharacteristically unprepared. "We just need a little more time to—" Nick stepped in smoothly, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to Blair's unease. "Friends, we understand your concerns," he said, addressing the crowd. "Blair and I, along with Mrs. Claus, will be meeting to discuss our next steps. We ask for your patience and your continued belief in the magic of Sugar Hollow. Remember, it's your joy and love for this town that gives it strength." As the crowd dispersed, somewhat reassured by Nick's words, he gently pulled Blair aside. They walked a short distance away, stopping near a candy cane lamppost that was already showing signs of stress fractures. "Blair," Nick began, his voice soft but serious, "I can't thank you enough for what you've done today. Your leadership, your quick thinking, it's been crucial to saving Sugar Hollow." Blair felt a warmth spread through her chest at his words, but it was quickly chased away by a chill of uncertainty. "But it's not enough, is it?" she asked, already knowing the answer. Nick shook his head, his eyes full of understanding and something else, something that made Blair's heart skip a beat. "The town's magic is tied to belief, to commitment," he explained. "Your presence here, your actions today, they've given Sugar Hollow a boost, but only my genuine commitment to Sugar Hollow can truly stabilize the town's magic," Blair finished, the truth of it settling over her like a blanket of marshmallow snow. Nick nodded, reaching out to squeeze her hand gently. "I know it's a lot to ask, Blair. You have a life outside of Sugar Hollow, a career, responsibilities. I can't ask you to give all that up." Blair looked down at their joined hands, then out over the precariously balanced town. The candy cane supports stood out starkly against the whimsical backdrop, a reminder of the temporary nature of their solution. In the distance, she could see the chocolate volcano, its peak still wobbling ever so slightly. "I need to make a decision," she said softly, more to herself than to Nick. "And I need to make it soon. These supports won't hold forever." Nick's grip on her hand tightened slightly. "Whatever you decide, Blair, know that you've already done more for Sugar Hollow than anyone could have asked. You've given us hope." Blair turned to look at him, struck by the sincerity in his eyes. For a moment, she allowed herself to imagine a life here in Sugar Hollow, waking up to the scent of gingerbread, strolling hand in hand with Nick along candy cane lanes, using her business acumen to help the town flourish. But then reality crashed back in like a wave of melted chocolate. Her company, her career, her entire life in the real world. Could she really give all that up for a place that, by all logical standards, shouldn't even exist? As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of cotton candy pink and blueberry blue, Blair stood at the edge of town. She watched as the residents of Sugar Hollow went about their evening routines, their movements tinged with an undercurrent of worry despite their best efforts to maintain normalcy. The snow globe in her pocket pulsed with a faint, uneven light, a physical manifestation of her internal struggle. Blair knew that time was running out, for her, for Sugar Hollow, and for the decision that would shape both their futures. With a deep breath, she turned back towards the town center, her mind racing with possibilities and her heart heavy with the weight of choice, embracing the magic. Blair woke with a start, her mind immediately racing with thoughts of Sugar Hollow's precarious state. The weight of her impending decision pressed down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. She glanced out the window of her gingerbread room at the Gingerbread Inn, her heart sinking as she noticed the candy cane supports outside were starting to bend ever so slightly. "Great," she muttered, running a hand through her tousled hair. "Just great." As she made her way through town, Blair couldn't help but notice the forced cheerfulness of the residents. Gingerbread men tipped their hats with stiff smiles, while chocolate bunnies hopped along with an air of forced nonchalance. The creaking of the supports and occasional tremors beneath her feet only added to the tension in the air. When she reached the town square, Blair spotted Nick and Mrs. Claus huddled together, deep in conversation. They looked up as she approached, their faces brightening with warm smiles that didn't quite reach their eyes. "Good morning, dear," Mrs. Claus greeted, her voice as sweet as ever but tinged with worry. "Did you sleep well?" Blair nodded, not wanting to admit that she'd spent most of the night tossing and turning. "What's the plan for today?" she asked, looking between Nick and Mrs. Claus. Nick ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Blair had come to recognize as a sign of his stress. "We're organizing repair efforts," he explained, trying to reinforce the weaker areas of town. As Blair listened to Nick outline the day's tasks, an idea began to form in her mind. If she was going to make this impossible decision, she needed to truly understand what Sugar Hollow meant to her. And what better way to do that than to fully immerse herself in the town's activities? "I want to help," she blurted out, cutting Nick off mid-sentence. Both he and Mrs. Claus looked at her in surprise. "I mean, I want to volunteer for everything. Anything you need help with, I'm your girl." A slow smile spread across Nick's face, and for a moment, Blair forgot about the town's troubles. "That's great, Blair," he said softly. "We could really use the help." Mrs. Claus clapped her hands together, her eyes twinkling. "Wonderful. Why don't you start at the gingerbread bakery? They could use an extra pair of hands decorating houses." Before she knew it, Blair found herself standing in front of a half-decorated gingerbread house, a piping bag full of royal icing in her hand. She stared at it for a moment, feeling completely out of her depth. "You just squeeze gently and guide it along the roof line," a friendly gingerbread man explained, demonstrating on his own house. Blair took a deep breath and began to pipe. To her surprise, she found the task oddly soothing. As she carefully traced the icing along the edges of the roof, she felt the tension in her shoulders begin to ease, And when she stepped back to admire her handiwork, she realized she was smiling, genuinely smiling, for the first time in days. Next, she found herself sitting cross-legged on the ground with a group of elves stringing popcorn garlands. The elves chattered away, telling jokes and sharing stories, and Blair found herself drawn into their cheerful banter. "Did you hear about the elf who went to see a doctor?" one of them asked, his eyes sparkling mischievously. He was a little short for his height. Blair couldn't help but laugh, the sound bubbling up from deep in her chest. It felt good, she realized, to let go and just enjoy the moment. As the day wore on, Blair found herself at the base of the chocolate volcano, working alongside a team of magical creatures to reinforce it with sheets of peppermint bark. She was surprised at how naturally she fell into the rhythm of the work, passing tools to her teammates and offering suggestions when asked. "You're a natural, Miss Blair," a friendly unicorn commented as they worked side by side. "Are you sure you haven't done this before?" Blair chuckled, shaking her head. "Trust me, this is definitely a first." Throughout the day, Blair couldn't help but notice that whenever she was fully engaged in a task, truly enjoying herself, the town seemed to respond. The tremors lessened, and the candy cane support stood a little straighter. It was as if Sugar Hollow itself was feeding off her positive energy. As the afternoon sun began to dip towards the horizon, Blair found herself in front of the Peppermint Cafe. Without thinking, she pushed open the door and approached the counter. "I'll have a peppermint mocha, please," she said, the words coming out before she could stop them. As she took her first sip, Blair was surprised to find that she actually enjoyed it. The minty sweetness danced on her tongue, warming her from the inside out. "Room for one more?" Blair looked up to see Nick sliding into the seat across from her, a steaming mug of his own in hand. She nodded, feeling a warmth in her chest that had nothing to do with the hot drink. For a moment, they sat in comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Blair found herself studying Nick's profile, noticing the way the soft cafe light played across his features. "I think," Blair said slowly, breaking the silence, "I'm starting to see Sugar Hollow as home." Nick turned to her, his eyes wide with surprise and something else, hope, maybe? "Really?" Blair nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "It's crazy, I know, but there's something about this place." Before Nick could respond, a loud crack echoed through the town, so forceful it rattled the windows of the cafe. They exchanged a quick alarm glance before rushing outside. The scene that greeted them made Blair's heart drop. One of the major candy cane supports had snapped clean in two, causing a nearby gingerbread house to tilt at a dangerous angle. Residents were pouring out of their homes, their faces masks of fear and confusion. As panic began to spread through the crowd, Blair felt something shift inside her. A fierce protectiveness welled up, surprising her with its intensity. This wasn't just some magical town anymore. These were people she cared about, a place that had come to mean something to her. She turned to Nick, determination blazing in her eyes. "What do we need to do?" Nick looked at her for a long moment, something unreadable in his expression. Then he nodded, seeming to come to a decision. "We need to evacuate the area around the broken support first," he said. "Then we'll need to figure out a way to prop up that gingerbread house before it collapses completely." Blair nodded, her mind already racing with possibilities. "I have an idea," she said, "but I'm going to need some help." As they hurried towards the tilting house, Blair couldn't help but feel a strange sense of excitement mingling with her worry. This was a challenge, yes, but it was one she felt oddly prepared for. Her years of problem-solving in the corporate world, combined with the magic and whimsy of Sugar Hollow, were coming together in a way she never could have imagined. "Mrs. Claus," Blair called out, spotting the kindly woman directing a group of elves. "We need as many candy canes as you can gather, the biggest ones you can find." Mrs. Claus nodded, immediately understanding. "On it, dear." Blair turned to Nick. "We're going to create a temporary support structure," she explained. "Like scaffolding, but made of candy canes. It won't be permanent, but it should buy us some time to come up with a more long-term solution." Nick's eyes lit up with understanding. "Brilliant," he said, squeezing her hand. "I'll start organizing teams to help construct it." As they worked, Blair felt a surge of energy coursing through her. She directed the construction efforts, her voice ringing out clear and confident over the chaos. Piece by piece, the candy cane scaffolding began to take shape, supporting the tilting gingerbread house. Just as they were placing the final support, Blair felt a tremor beneath her feet. She looked up to see a crack forming in the gingerbread wall, threatening to undo all their hard work. Without thinking, Blair reached into her pocket and pulled out the snow globe she'd been carrying since her arrival in Sugar Hollow. As she held it up, it began to glow, pulsing with a warm golden light. "Blair," Nick said softly, his eyes wide, "what are you doing?" Blair met his gaze, a small smile playing at her lips. "I think," she said, "I'm choosing to believe." As the words left her mouth, the light from the snow globe intensified, spreading out in a wave that washed over the gingerbread house and the candy cane supports. Where it touched, the structures seemed to strengthen, the cracks sealing themselves as if they had never been. The tremor subsided, and for a moment all of Sugar Hollow was silent. Then, as if on cue, cheers erupted from the gathered crowd. Blair found herself swept up in hugs and handshakes, words of thanks and praise washing over her. As the excitement began to die down, Blair found herself face to face with Nick. He was looking at her with an expression of wonder and something else, something that made her heart skip a beat. "You did it," he said softly. "You saved Sugar Hollow." Blair shook her head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "We all did," she corrected him. I think I finally understood what it means to be a part of this place." Nick took her hand, his touch sending a warmth spreading through her. "And what does it mean?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Blair looked around at the town, at the gingerbread houses and candy cane streets, at the smiling faces of the residents, at the magic that seemed to pulse in the very air around them. Then she looked back at Nick, seeing in his eyes a reflection of everything she was feeling. "It means," she said slowly, "that I think I've found where I belong." As the words left her mouth, Blair felt something shift inside her. The constant pull between her old life and Sugar Hollow seemed to ease, replaced by a sense of certainty she hadn't felt in a long time. Nick's face broke into a radiant smile, and before Blair knew what was happening, he had pulled her into a tight embrace. She melted into it, feeling for the first time like she was truly home. Around them, Sugar Hollow seemed to glow with renewed vitality. The candy cane supports stood tall and strong, the gingerbread houses gleamed in the fading sunlight, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of peppermint and possibility. As Blair stood there, wrapped in Nick's arms with the cheers of the townspeople still ringing in her ears, She knew that her decision had been made. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she was ready to face them, not just for herself, but for the magical town that had stolen her heart. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning, Blair woke to the sound of tinkling bells and the sweet scent of cinnamon wafting through her window at the Gingerbread Inn. For the first time since arriving in Sugar Hollow, she felt truly refreshed, a sense of purpose thrumming through her veins. As she stretched and yawned, she caught sight of her reflection in the mirror. The woman staring back at her looked different somehow, softer around the edges, but with a newfound sparkle in her eyes. She dressed quickly, eager to start her first official day as a permanent resident of Sugar Hollow. As Blair stepped out onto the candy cane-lined street, she blinked in surprise. Had the colors always been this vibrant? The peppermint swirls seemed to pop against the gingerbread buildings, and the marshmallow snow glittered like diamonds in the morning sun. "Good morning, Blair," chirped a passing elf, tipping his hat to her. Blair found herself smiling back, the gesture coming naturally now. "Good morning," she replied, marveling at how light she felt. As she made her way through town, Blair noticed more subtle changes. The air seemed sweeter, filled with the mingling aromas of fresh-baked cookies and peppermint. The residents, always cheerful, now practically radiated joy. Even the gingerbread children seemed to giggle more brightly as they chased each other down Gumdrop Lane. Blair's steps quickened as she approached Town Hall, where she was set to meet Nick and Mrs. Claus. They had agreed to discuss plans for strengthening Sugar Hollow's magical infrastructure long term, and Blair's mind was already buzzing with ideas. As she entered the cozy meeting room, Blair was greeted by the warm smiles of Nick and Mrs. Claus. The jolly woman enveloped Blair in a hug that smelled of vanilla and comfort. "Welcome, dear," Mrs. Claus said, her eyes twinkling. "I've brought some hot cocoa and snickerdoodles to fuel our brainstorming session." Nick pulled out a chair for Blair, his hand lingering on her shoulder for a moment. "Ready to dive in?" he asked, his voice warm with affection. Blair nodded, feeling a flutter in her chest at his touch. As they settled around the table, she pulled out a notebook, candy cane striped, of course, and began to outline her thoughts. "I've been thinking about how we can reinforce the town's foundations," Blair began, her business acumen kicking in. "Maybe we could create a network of candy cane support beams that run beneath the main structures, connecting them all and distributing the magical energy more evenly." Nick nodded enthusiastically. "That's brilliant, Blair. We could also look into enhancing the chocolate volcano stability. It's a major source of magic for the town." As they continued to brainstorm, Blair felt a nagging thought at the back of her mind. She took a deep breath, knowing she needed to address it. "There's something else we need to discuss," she said, her voice growing serious. "The real-world consequences of my decision to stay here." Mrs. Claus reached out and patted Blair's hand. "We knew this would come up, dear. It's an important part of the transition." Blair nodded, grateful for their understanding. "From what I've learned, time in the real world hasn't passed while I've been here, and now that I've chosen to stay, my presence will be erased from the memories of those I once knew." Nick leaned forward, his expression gentle. "That's right. The magic of Sugar Hollow ensures a smooth transition. It prevents any chaos or instability in the real world that might result from your decision." Blair felt a mix of emotions wash over her. "My company, WinterTech, it'll shift to new leadership, won't it? Everything I've worked for will continue without me." Mrs. Claus squeezed Blair's hand. It's a big change, dear. It's okay to feel conflicted about it. Blair nodded, surprised to find tears pricking at her eyes. It's just, I poured my whole life into that company, and now it's like it never happened. Nick moved his chair closer to Blair's. But think of all you've gained, Blair, the personal liberation this change brings. You're free to be yourself here, to make a difference in a way you never could before. As if on cue, Blair's snow globe began to glow softly from where it sat on the table. The light pulsed gently, seeming to confirm that the magical processes to handle her transition were already in motion. Blair picked up the snow globe, feeling its warmth in her hands. I suppose we should use this to create a cover story for my disappearance, she said, her voice quiet, to make sure no one in the real world comes looking for me. Mrs. Claus nodded sagely. A wise decision. It'll bring closure to your old life and allow you to fully embrace your new one. As they worked together to craft a plausible story, a sudden decision to step down from her position and travel the world indefinitely, Blair felt a complex swirl of emotions. Relief at solving the problem mingled with a twinge of sadness at fully letting go of her old life. Nick, ever perceptive, noticed the conflict in her eyes. He gently took her hand, his thumb tracing soothing circles on her skin. I know it's not easy, he said softly. Letting go of a part of yourself, even if it's to gain something better, is always a bit painful. But Blair, look at all you've already accomplished here. You saved Sugar Hollow from collapsing. You've brought new ideas and energy to our town. You've touched the lives of everyone here, including mine. Blair felt a warmth spread through her chest at his words. She looked around the room, at Mrs. Claus's motherly smile and Nick's adoring gaze, and realized that she had gained a family here, something she'd never truly had in her old life. You're right, she said, squeezing Nick's hand. It's just going to take some getting used to. As their meeting concluded, Blair and Nick decided to take a walk through town. They strolled hand in hand down Peppermint Lane, eventually finding themselves at the top of Gingerbread Hill, overlooking all of Sugar Hollow. The town sprawled out before them, a whimsical wonderland of sweets and magic. Blair could see the chocolate volcano in the distance, its rich brown slopes now reinforced with stripes of peppermint. The gingerbread houses stood tall and proud, their candy decorations glinting in the sunlight. And everywhere the residents of Sugar Hollow went about their day, spreading joy and magic with every step. Home is where the holiday magic is. Blair's eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the soft glow of sunlight filtering through her gingerbread frame window at the inn. For a moment, she lay still, letting the reality of her new life sink in. This wasn't just another day in Sugar Hollow. It was her first official day as a permanent resident. She swung her legs out of bed, her toes sinking into the plush marshmallow carpet. As she padded over to the mirror, Blair gasped softly. Her reflection looked different. Her chestnut hair seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly sparkle, catching the light in a way it never had before. And her eyes, Blair leaned closer, examining them critically. They seemed to hold a depth she'd never noticed, as if the very magic of Sugar Hollow now resided within them. Well, that's new, she muttered, running a hand through her glittering locks. As Blair dressed, she found herself reaching for the brightest items in her wardrobe, a far cry from the muted grays and blacks she'd favored in her corporate life. She settled on a robin's egg blue sweater that made her eyes pop in a pair of jeans that were far more comfortable than any power suit. The aroma of freshly baked goods wafted up the stairs as Blair descended, her stomach growling in anticipation. In the dining room, she found Mrs. Claus bustling about, her cheeks rosy and her smile warm. "Good morning, dear," Mrs. Claus chirped, ushering Blair to a table. "I've prepared something special for your first official day." With a flourish, she set a plate of golden pancakes in front of Blair. They looked ordinary enough, but as Blair cut into them, she noticed they shimmered slightly. "These are enchanted pancakes," Mrs. Claus explained, her eyes alight with warmth. "They taste like whatever your heart desires most at the moment." Intrigued, Blair took a bite. The flavor exploded on her tongue. A perfect blend of blueberries, vanilla, and a hint of cinnamon. It tasted like lazy Sunday mornings and childhood summers all rolled into one. "This is incredible," Blair managed between bites. Mrs. Claus beamed. "Magic has a way of bringing out the best in everything, dear, even breakfast." After polishing off her meal, Blair stepped outside the inn, inhaling deeply. The air smelled of peppermint and possibility. She spotted Nick, leaning against a candy cane lamppost, his face lighting up as he saw her. "Ready for your grand tour?" he asked, offering his arm. Blair laughed, linking her arm through his. "Lead the way, Mr. Mayor." As they strolled through Sugar Hollow, Blair found herself seeing the town with new eyes. Details she'd overlooked before now jumped out at her. The cookie trees lining Gingerbread Lane seemed to sway in a non-existent breeze, their branches heavy with perfectly round chocolate chip cookies. "Wait, are those?" Blair squinted, leaning closer to one of the trees. Nick grinned. "You can see them now, can't you? The cookie fairies." Sure enough, tiny winged creatures flitted among the branches, their bodies glowing with a soft light. They darted from cookie to cookie, sprinkling what looked like sparkling sugar over each one. "They help the trees grow and keep the cookies fresh," Nick explained. "Most visitors can't see them, but residents can." Blair shook her head in wonder. "It's like I'm seeing Sugar Hollow for the first time all over again." They continued their walk, with Nick pointing out magical details Blair had missed before. The way the candy cane stripes on the street signs slowly rotated, the shimmering barrier at the town's edge that kept the temperature perfect year-round, the mailboxes that giggled when you put letters in them. As they approached the town hall, Nick's smile turned mischievous. "I've got a surprise for you," he said, leading her inside. Blair raised an eyebrow. "Another one? I'm not sure how many more surprises I can handle today." Nick chuckled, guiding her down a hallway she didn't remember from her previous visits. He stopped in front of a door with a shiny new nameplate. Blair Winters, Chief Innovation Officer. Chief Innovation. "What?" Blair sputtered. Nick opened the door with a flourish, revealing a spacious office. Sunlight streamed through stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns across the room. In the center stood a desk unlike any Blair had ever seen. It appeared to be made entirely of hardened cotton candy, its surface smooth and gleaming. "The town council thought you might like to put your business expertise to use," Nick explained as Blair circled the desk in awe. "We could use some fresh ideas on how to keep Sugar Hollow thriving. Maybe find ways to attract more believers, or improve our candy production efficiency." Blair ran her hand along the cotton candy desk, marveling at its sturdy yet soft texture. I don't know what to say," she murmured. Nick's expression softened. "Say you'll do it. Sugar Hollow could really use someone with your skills, Blair. someone who understands both the corporate world and the magic of this place. As Blair sank into the surprisingly comfortable spun sugar chair behind her desk, she felt a familiar surge of excitement. It was the same feeling she used to get when tackling a new business challenge. But this time, it was infused with something more, a sense of purpose, of belonging. "Where should I start?" she asked, her mind already racing with possibilities. Nick grinned. "That's entirely up to you. But first," he reached into his pocket and pulled out Blair's snow globe, setting it gently on her desk. "I thought this might help." As if on cue, the snow globe began to glow softly, its light pulsing in time with Blair's thoughts. She stared at it, mesmerized, as ideas began to form in her mind. "What if we created a social media campaign?" she mused aloud. "Something to spread the joy of Sugar Hollow to the outside world. Increase belief in magic." The snow globe's glow intensified, and Blair felt a rush of inspiration. She grabbed a notepad, made of fruit leather she noticed with amusement, and began jotting down ideas. Nick watched her for a moment, his expression a mix of admiration and affection. "I think someone's found her calling," he said softly. Then louder, "How about we take a break for lunch? You can tell me all about your ideas over a cup of cocoa." Blair looked up, suddenly realizing how much time had passed. "Oh, yes, lunch sounds great. I'm starving." They made their way to the Peppermint Cafe, the cheerful jingle of the door announcing their arrival. The owner, a jolly man with rosy cheeks and a peppermint-striped apron, greeted them warmly. "Ah, if it isn't our newest resident," he boomed. "We've got something special for you, Miss Winters. How about a Blair Blizzard to celebrate your first day?" Blair blinked in surprise. "A what now?" The owner winked and bustled off to the counter, returning moments later with a tall glass filled with what looked like swirling snow, topped with a sprinkle of edible glitter. "It's a mix of peppermint ice cream, white chocolate, and a dash of our special magic powder," he explained proudly, "guaranteed to give you a little extra pep in your step." Touched by the gesture, Blair took a sip. The flavors danced on her tongue, cool and refreshing with just a hint of sparkle. She could have sworn she felt a tingle of energy course through her body. As they settled into a cozy booth, Blair found herself reflecting on the whirlwind of changes she'd experienced since arriving in Sugar Hollow. Just weeks ago, she'd been a hard-nosed CEO, focused solely on the bottom line. Now, here she was, sipping a magical drink named after her in a town where candy grew on trees. "Penny for your thoughts?" Nick asked, his gaze bright with curiosity as he peered over his mug. Blair set down her Blair Blizzard, meeting his gaze. "I was just thinking about how much I've changed since I got here, how much happier I am." She paused, a small smile playing on her lips. "I never thought I'd say this, but I feel more fulfilled working in a cotton candy office than I ever did in my fancy corner office back in the city." Nick reached across the table, taking her hand in his. "That's the magic of Sugar Hollow. It has a way of bringing out the best in people, helping them find what truly makes them happy." Blair squeezed his hand, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with her drink. "Well, it certainly worked its magic on me." As they continued their lunch, Blair's mind buzzed with ideas for her new role. She found herself gesticulating excitedly as she explained her plans to Nick, who listened with rapt attention. "And then we could host virtual tours of Sugar Hollow, using AR technology to let people experience the magic from their own homes," she finished, slightly out of breath. Nick grinned, shaking his head in wonder. I knew you'd be perfect for this job. You're already thinking outside the gingerbread box." Blair laughed, the sound light and carefree in a way it had never been before, as she looked around the cafe at the smiling faces of her new neighbors and friends. She felt a sense of contentment wash over her. This was home now, and for the first time in her life, Blair Winters was exactly where she was meant to be. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As the cotton candy clouds drifted lazily across the sky, Blair Winters found herself strolling hand in hand with Nick Garland through the whimsical streets of Sugar Hollow. The town sparkled with an extra dose of magic today, as if reflecting the joy in Blair's heart. It had been several months since she'd officially become a resident, and the transformation in both herself and the town was nothing short of miraculous. "Remember when you thought all this was a joke?" Nick teased, gesturing to a nearby tree sprouting lollipops instead of leaves. Blair rolled her eyes, but couldn't suppress her smile. "In my defense, it's not every day you wake up in a town where the flora is edible." As they rounded a corner, the majestic chocolate volcano came into view. Once a source of chaos and near disaster, it now stood as a testament to Blair's innovative spirit. The volcano bubbled contentedly, its rich aroma wafting through the air. "Your efficiency improvements have been a game changer," Nick said, pride evident in his voice. Who knew a chocolate volcano could benefit from lean management principles? Blair chuckled. "Well, when life gives you molten chocolate, make it work for you." They paused to watch as a group of gingerbread workers, wearing adorable little hard hats made of white chocolate, carefully collected the day's chocolate yield. Blair felt a swell of satisfaction. Her business acumen, once solely focused on profit margins, now brought joy and sustenance to an entire magical community. As they continued their walk, Blair's attention was drawn to a cheery building with a sign that read, "Believers Welcome Center." The structure, with its gingerbread walls and peppermint shingle roof, was one of her proudest achievements. "Want to pop in and see how things are going?" Nick asked, noticing her gaze. Blair nodded eagerly. "Absolutely. I heard we had some new arrivals yesterday." They entered the Welcome Center, immediately enveloped by the scent of fresh-baked cookies and warm cocoa. Inside, a group of wide-eyed newcomers were being introduced to the magical aspects of Sugar Hollow by a friendly elf tour guide. "And remember," the elf was saying, "if you ever feel overwhelmed, just take a deep breath and eat a gumdrop. It helps, trust me." Blair watched the scene with a mixture of amusement and empathy. She remembered all too well her own initial skepticism and disbelief. Now, helping others navigate that transition filled her with a sense of purpose she'd never known in her corporate life. As they left the Welcome Center, Blair found herself lost in reflection. "You know," she said softly to Nick, "sometimes I can hardly believe how much has changed. The Blair who first arrived here would never have imagined this life." Nick squeezed her hand. "Change can be a beautiful thing, especially when it leads you to where you're meant to be." They walked in comfortable silence for a while, passing by cookie trees and marshmallow bushes. Blair noticed that Nick seemed to have a specific destination in mind, but she was content to follow his lead. As they entered the candy cane forest, Blair gasped. The normally impressive candy canes seemed to glow with an inner light, and delicate fairy lights twinkled between the branches. Soft, fluffy marshmallows floated gently through the air, adding to the dreamlike atmosphere. "Nick, what is all this?" Blair asked, wonder in her voice. He simply smiled and led her deeper into the forest. They came to a small clearing where a picnic blanket made of woven licorice lace had been laid out. Surrounding it were dozens of floating candles, their warm light making the clearing feel intimate and magical. "I wanted to create a special moment," Nick said, a hint of nervousness in his voice that Blair found utterly charming. "To celebrate how far we've come, both individually and together." They sat on the blanket, and Nick produced a picnic basket that smelled tantalizingly of all of Blair's favorite Sugar Hollow treats. As they shared the meal, Blair couldn't help but marvel at the journey that had brought her here. "You know," she said between bites of a particularly delicious cupcake that tasted like laughter, "I used to think success meant closing big deals and climbing the corporate ladder, but this feels like real success." Nick nodded, his eyes soft. "You've brought so much to Sugar Hollow, Blair. Your ideas, your energy. You've helped this town grow in ways we never imagined." Blair felt a warmth spread through her chest that had nothing to do with the hot chocolate she was sipping. "And Sugar Hollow has given me so much in return. A home, a purpose." She reached out and took Nick's hand. "And love." Nick's smile could have lit up the entire forest. "I never thought I'd fall for a hard-nosed CEO from the big city," he teased. "And I never thought I'd fall for a small-town mayor who believes in magic," Blair retorted, her eyes twinkling. As they gazed at each other, Blair felt a familiar weight in her pocket. She pulled out her snow globe, the very one that had started this whole adventure. As always, it seemed to pulse with an inner light, reflecting the joy and love she felt. Suddenly, the globe began to glow brighter than ever before. Blair gasped as a wave of pure, joyous magic burst forth, spreading outward in a shimmering ripple. "What was that?" she asked, awe in her voice. Nick looked equally amazed. I think that was your belief, Blair, your love for Sugar Hollow, for this life. It's become a part of the town's magic." As if in response to the surge of magic, they began to hear the sounds of music and laughter drifting through the forest. Blair and Nick exchanged a look of surprise before scrambling to their feet. Hand in hand, they made their way back to the town square, where they found a scene of spontaneous celebration. It seemed every resident of Sugar Hollow had been drawn out by the wave of magic, and a full-blown party was in full swing. Tiny snowmen were setting up an impromptu band, their stick arms wielding candy instruments. Gingerbread people twirled and danced, leaving a trail of sprinkles in their wake. Even the usually stern-looking candy cane guards were tapping their feet to the rhythm. In the center of it all stood Mrs. Claus, her eyes twinkling as she spotted Blair and Nick. She made her way over to them, carrying a cake that seemed to shimmer and change colors as she moved. "There you are, my dears," Mrs. Claus said warmly. "We all felt that wonderful burst of magic and knew it had to be coming from you two. I think this calls for a celebration, don't you?" She presented the cake to them, and Blair's eyes widened as she took in its appearance. The frosting swirled with all the colors of Sugar Hollow, from the deep brown of the chocolate volcano to the soft pink of the cotton candy clouds. "Go on, have a taste," Mrs. Claus encouraged. Blair and Nick each took a small bite, and Blair felt her eyes fill with tears. The cake tasted like pure joy, like every happy moment she'd experienced since coming to Sugar Hollow distilled into a single perfect flavor. It's incredible," Blair managed to say. Mrs. Claus beamed. It's a reflection of the love and happiness you've brought to our town, dear, and a celebration of the wonderful partnership you two have formed." As Mrs. Claus moved away to share the cake with the other residents, the band struck up a new tune. It was a sweet, gentle melody that seemed to wrap around Blair and Nick like a warm embrace. Without a word, Nick held out his hand. Blair took it, and they began to dance under the star-filled sky. As they swayed to the music, Blair looked out at the town she now called home. The twinkling lights, the smiling faces, the pure magic that seemed to pulse through every candy-coated surface. It was all so far from the life she'd once led, and yet it felt more right than anything ever had. She caught sight of her reflection in a nearby gumdrop and barely recognized herself. Gone was the hard-edged CEO, always on guard and never truly satisfied. In her place was a woman with soft eyes and a genuine smile, radiating contentment and love. "Penny for your thoughts," Nick murmured, pulling her closer. Blair rested her head on his shoulder, breathing in the familiar scent of peppermint and chocolate that always clung to him. "I was just thinking, I'm exactly where I'm meant to be." As they continued to dance, Blair felt a sense of peace wash over her. She had found more than just a home in Sugar Hollow. She had found true happiness, a sense of purpose, and a love that was sweeter than any candy the town could produce. The snow globe in her pocket gave a contented hum, as if agreeing with her thoughts. Blair smiled, knowing that whatever challenges or adventures lay ahead, she was ready to face them, with Nick by her side and the magic of Sugar Hollow in her heart. Also by Win Valentine. Visit me at https://winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Merry Hollow Mystery Series. Yuletide Spirits, Frostbite Frights, Sugar Plum Sabotage, Tinsel and Treachery, Mistletoe Madness, Tinsel Treats and Trouble, A Merry Hollow Omnibus Books 1, 5, Candy Cane Cornspiracy, Holly Jolly Blarney, Merry Masquerades and King Cake, Shadowed Hollow Mystery Series, Bats Over Hallows Eve, The Phantom Masquerade, Echoes of the Forgotten, Haunted Inheritance Mystery Series, Moonlight and Mayhem, Midnight at the Maze, Shadows of the Past, A Peppermint Mocha to Die For novella, Bellesley Harbor Holiday Romance, Tidings of Joy Seaside Serenade, Hearthside Heartbeats, Inked in Love, Tides of Trouble, Whispers of Yesterday, Bellesley Harbor Holiday Romance Italian Translations, Annunzi di Felicita, Standalone Christmas Romance Books, Peppermint Mocha Kisses, Snowflakes and Love, Snowflakes and Second Chances, Snow Globe Soulmates, Bookshop Love, A Harbor Cove Holiday Romance, Paranormal Spicy Romance Books, Echoes from the Deep, A Paranormal Kraken Romance, Serpentine Love, A Paranormal Gorgon Romance, Serial Book, now being released by email and on Substack. Subscribe to read for free. https://winvalentine.substack.com. Mysteries of Hallowville, a Halloween cozy mystery series.